that are basically converging. And I was just thinking of 3D printing, where materials are something that is very important. And recently, I think many of you have heard all the headlines about printing out entire rockets in a couple of months or years. Instead of taking several decades to just design one, they can at least spit out one quickly, and you can quickly send it to space. And I'm just wondering, perhaps there is a lot more than just where we are looking at it. What do we do in just in health, in water, in agriculture? But I think the applications are much wider. Just to summarize what my colleague said, is our focus is to see how do we inspire the future, especially for young people. And then, of course, we work with our researchers. And this webinar, of course, is a focus on policies and what is it that we should be doing with our policymakers if we need to drive the nanotechnology forward. And the last aspect, of course, to do with entrepreneurship and innovation promotion. I think we all need to keep an open mind so that we are not kind of focusing, keeping Africa in just the same traditional areas we have been for forever, and hoping to just get different results because the technology is different. And just to remind ourselves, this is a decade of action. So perhaps some of the recommendation coming out of here should really focus on what is it our country should be doing, what should our researchers be doing, what kind of empowerment actions should we take for our youth, and of course, the idea that we should not leave anyone behind. And perhaps that's something we should also come out from a policy, workshop, is what is it that we should know we should do. I think inequalities in South Africa, Zambia, where I am, among the highest in the world, and that's not I think a flag we want to wear for a long time. So with those few words, perhaps let me ask Jean-Paul Adam. I think you didn't come to listen to me. So let him make his statements on behalf of ECA, and we hope we can work together, I think, long-term going forward. Jean-Paul.
Thank you very much, Victor, and thank you very much also Dr. Samuel Chigome, and thank you to everyone for your patience. Also apologies if there was a little misunderstanding in the time, but I'm very happy and delighted to participate in this policy workshop on nanotechnology and to bring ECA's support to what is undoubtedly an extremely important area for African policymakers to consider, not just in terms of the future, but in terms of looking for immediate opportunities that will help African countries to be more present in the value chains, global value chains, but also building regional and national value chains in a way that creates more jobs and ultimately leads to more prosperous and inclusive societies. So one of the key areas that we are looking for from this workshop is about transformation of African development. And this may sound extremely ambitious, but it is grounded in the reality that current growth models have not served the purpose that we would have wished them to, and that is to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Even before the onset of COVID-19, the average growth rate across Africa of just below 4%, while extremely impressive compared to global levels, did not create a trajectory that would lead us to the achievement of the SDGs. So one of our key aims as the ECA is to support policy processes across the continent and within our member states that allow Africa and African countries to improve their positions in relation to these global value chains and allow growth to be aligned to the development needs of our countries. And that means not only looking at the amount of growth, but the quality of that growth and how it is shared across our societies. And this means also moving African countries from the position of being price takers to one where African countries are part and parcel of the price setting process. And a lot of that depends on the availability of technology, the accessibility of technology, and the ability of societies to use that technology to improve their comparative advantage and to improve their economies. So when we're talking about building forward better in a way which is more sustainable and more inclusive, how do we reset our economic position in the context of COVID-19, in the context as well of the ever-increasing burden of climate change? We need to embrace new technologies in a way which can allow us to leapfrog some of the development trajectories that other countries have followed and allow us to own more of this technology and apply it in circumstances which are unique to Africa, but which also create opportunities which allow us to create more jobs for our young people and build these all-important value chains. Nanotechnology in particular is emerging as an area of global importance. We've seen how in the main sectors, and we've spoken about the 4 main areas which are the focus of this workshop, which are critical for the process of building forward better. And that's healthcare, water, energy, agriculture, and food security. All of these areas are at the heart of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and about the way in which we want to transform the way in which African countries engage in these sectors. It means looking as well at our relationship, for example, with extractives, where currently extractive industries represent 11% of exports, but contribute less than 1% of jobs. And we need to look at how we can create more meaningful jobs, jobs that also tap into the entrepreneurial spirit in a way which is engaged with all levels of our society, where there is coherence between the policy-making space, between academia, and between the business community and entrepreneurs. In the healthcare sector, we have seen how technology has been critical in responding to COVID-19 to reduce disruption, but also to tackle existing needs in innovative ways. We can note that even within Africa, there are some areas where nanotechnology is already being deployed in research, which could transform the way in which we tackle healthcare in our respective countries. It also allows us to be more involved in the design process and also in the use of patents, where African countries can then better apply these technologies in a way which is in accordance with our own needs and our own capacities. In the water sector, sustainability is becoming increasingly an issue, and access to safe drinking water in particular and sanitation is one of the key concerns among major African cities, which are facing increasing pressures due to population growth and also impacts on the natural resources which are required for the supply of water, including linked to climate change. So nanotechnology is one area where we can deploy innovations in a way which can secure our access to water, and in particular in relation to our ever-increasing needs. The energy sector is also one where Africa faces huge challenges, with over almost 600 million people across the continent still not having access to electricity. And certainly renewable technology is a key to a part of that solution, because the cost of renewables now have dramatically reduced, even in comparison to a fossil fuel-based energy. But we must also look at ways in which we can use the innovations through nanotechnology, where this deployment of renewable energy can be done in a way which is empowering for African countries, and where we can be more present as well in the value chain, recognizing also that most of the rare earth minerals which are used as part of battery technology, for example, are found within Africa. For us to be more present in these value chains, harnessing the opportunity that is linked to nanotechnology will be a critical aspect. In terms of food security, we recognize, first of all, that we need to have more appropriate technological solutions to be able to upscale production and also distribution of our food across the continent. There is obviously a very important role as well to be played in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And this is where the deployment of technology, including nanotechnology, will play a key role in being able to ensure that we are able to use the latest technology in a way which improves our efficiency and productivity, and also that we can make sure that food is being produced in areas where we can then transport it effectively, and in ways as well which minimize the destructive impact on the environment. In all of these sectors, the use of the judicious deployment of nanotechnology will play a key role in making sure that we are not just perpetuating business as usual, but that we are truly transforming the development agenda. This means that African countries no matter where their starting point is, must be aware of the technologies available and are also able to have the right policy frameworks to deploy them, and that they empower their academic institutions in partnership with their business community to be able to invest in the appropriate research and also ensure that deployment is used in a manner which is meaningful to the economy. Young people are going to be a key part of unlocking the opportunities around nanotechnology and ensuring that innovation is truly embraced across our societies. Hence the important role of boot camps as a way of introducing young people to the opportunities of nanotechnology. And these are some of the areas that we will continue to pursue as a means of ensuring that there is increased awareness among young people, and also creating a first step onto the ladder of research around nanotechnology. In terms of entrepreneurship, we must ensure that companies are aware as well, to the degree that they're able to invest with all of the appropriate information to hand, recognizing, of course, the emerging nature of this technology, but in the context of those areas which are on the cutting edge of technology, there is also an increased reward for the potential, relative to the potential risk that is inherent in this kind of investment. And of course, access to capital is going to be a critical factor in terms of upscaling the use of these technologies across our continent. It is our hope that through this workshop, we can think about ways in which policies can be made more accessible to governments, so that there is appropriate policy space which is carved out for governments, but also at the regional level, so that we can ensure that the appropriate decisions are linked to processes such as the African Continental Free Trade Area. We want to make sure as well that businesses and entrepreneurs are well placed to invest and to seize the opportunity for investment around the nanotechnology sector. And we want to make sure that universities are connected as well to this process, and that universities are taking the lead in ensuring that the research is deployed in a manner which is relevant for the immediate development needs of our continent. And I will end, therefore, by reiterating the importance of linking the work that we are doing to the Sustainable Development Goals, and finding ways to accelerate the momentum towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in this very challenging situation where COVID-19 has completely disrupted our economic models. But as I mentioned at the outset, let us look at this more as an opportunity than as a challenge, because it is in times of great disruption that disruptive technologies can truly find their niche. And we hope that nanotechnology can be disruptive in all the right ways for our continent and be part of this narrative of building forward better. Thank you very much, and I look forward very much to all of the interesting speakers who we have lined up, who I hope can really help map out this environment around nanotechnology, which I think bodes a lot of promise for our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jean-Paul Adam, for that wonderful and incisive exposition of the role that UNECA plays, particularly in supporting not just African governments in accessing the global value chains, but also in the way of making meaningful policy development initiatives, and as well as to take make the most in terms of their use and access to emerging technologies such as nanotechnology. I think what we proceeding on with our program, I think it's at this juncture that I can introduce Professor Catherine Gila. As I'd mentioned earlier, Professor Catherine Gila is the acting executive director of the African Academy of Sciences, and she's also a laureate of the L'Oreal UNESCO Science Award. She has also won several awards for her contribution, particularly on nanotechnology and its application to the treatment of wastewater. So without further delay, I leave the floor to you, Professor Catherine Gila. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Magisa. Will you allow me to share my slides, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, you can give me access.
You have access.
Okay, thank you, Sam. It says host the disabled participant screening sharing.
Yeah, I've just enabled. Just check again.
All right. Okay, now it's on. Thank you. Now, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, colleagues. And as of course I've been introduced, and I'm very happy to be invited to this policy on nanotechnology formulation. As just been introduced, nanotechnology, I've done a lot of work on nanotechnology for water treatment. And so therefore, I was quite happy to be invited. And I would like, of course, to say thank you and congratulations to the organizers of AMRS, Dr. Magisa, who just introduced me, Dr. Samuel Chigome, Dr. Victor Conte, and very important, Professor Andala, who also invited me and gave me a brief on a very short notice as to what it is happening. But of course, we'd like to thank the UNECA director, Mr. Adam. Distinguished speakers are going to be speaking after me. The audience that is listening, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all. Now, so basically those are my contact details. I'm acting the executive director of the African Academy of Sciences, which, as you know, the African Academy of Sciences has got membership in form of fellows and affiliates, I think in most of the 55 African countries. So it is one organization that, sort of combines all the brains from Africa in form of affiliates that who are waiting to be elected as fellows. And also there's these distinguished fellows that are already been elected and whose work is obviously, they play a very key role. And we are going to see some of the strategic mandate that they have. And so in my presentation, I will be just briefly looking at the background of the AS, and very important also the strategy and business plan platform, which we call AESA, and also some of the research management programs that we run in form of REMFRO, and the principles that we usually use, and the role of AS in the continent as an agenda setting and research management. And I would also like to highlight the nanotechnology research in various applications. Having said that, water is my area of research, utilizing nanotechnology, and of course asking ourselves questions, as we have had quite a number of countries in Africa, South Africa, Morocco, Algeria. Kenya now is also coming on board. In fact, they have just started an industry for manufacturing silicon nanomaterials. So policy, very important. What are we going to do about this? Is one thing for technologies to get into our continent, but it's another thing how we're going to manage responsibly and sustainably for the benefit of our people on the continent. The mission or the vision of the African Academy of Sciences, as shown on the screen, is transformed lives through science, with a mission to leverage resources through research excellence and thought leadership for sustainable development. And of course, AS being the only academy in the continent that ensures the support of African Union through the joint venture between AUD and EPAD, and AUD and EPAD, that is the African Union Development Agency, and the new Partnership for Africa's Development. We've got a joint venture to implement SDISA, that is African Union SDISA Agenda 2024, priority number 2, which is research, health research and innovation, very important. And that is how AESA was formed in 2015. And so therefore policies, we've got, of course, partnerships from the governments that sponsor the academy programs, major international funders. So policies on emerging technologies, the AS definitely has to come to the table, as we know that the fellows, affiliates, and our stakeholders, They come together as think tanks to formulate policies, write policy briefs, and also develop white papers on RDI. And so it's very, very befitting for African Academy of Sciences to be invited to this workshop. I've already indicated that we have got membership coming from literally almost every part of Africa. We've got, in our system, the governance has got the governing council that has got vice presidents that come from the 5 regions of Africa. When we look at the fellows in the membership, we have got currently the number has increased, it's not the one that is given, but I would like to focus on the statistics. So we've got about 500 now, 500 fellows in 2021 that have just been elected, or the extra ones who have been elected, giving a total number of about 501 fellows. We've got about 17 honorary fellows. And we've got their affiliates. These are the early career researchers, their affiliates about 167. And so, but what is important, and that's what I want to highlight, is the fact that if you look at the gender composition, we see that women are still less than 20%, elected members. And the question is, what can we do to ensure that women come to the table, they sit on the table to be recognized, to be counted as think tank, part of the think tank for the Africa continent. I think I've already given those statistics so far, showing that the numbers that I've just indicated, and very worrisome is to see 88 women out of 413 men, 88, out of 501, definitely the percentage is very, very small. I talked about the agenda setting platform that was created in 2015 in the name of AESA, that is Alliance for Accelerating Excellence in Science in Africa. It has got about 4 goals, one of them being the building research and development leadership environments. And it does so by supporting a vibrant research culture and leadership development over the long term. Goal number 2 is to support development of an innovative, or rather innovation and science-driven entrepreneurship culture. Goal number 3 is to identify and support rising research leaders to stay and build their careers in Africa, and that is where early career researchers come on board. Then we also look at the target critical areas that we need to address, because we are developing, and of course with the emerging issues that are coming. And so therefore, in a nutshell, the AS has got a tripartite mandate. 1 is recognizing excellence, and 2 is to advise or providing advisory and think tank functions, and also implementing the SDI programs, because the fellows themselves are established researchers in their own rights in various areas. And so when we look at the fields that we sponsor, or rather we engage on, we're looking at the climate change, health and well-being, which I've already said that health and well-being, particularly that is priority number 2 of SDI African Union, agenda number 2, priority number 2 of that 2024 agenda. Then we also have research in STEM fields. So we cover various areas, because all these 500 fellows are drawn from every single sector you can think about, and also any area of research you can think about. And so therefore, gender and education is very important, and is one of our fields that we are engaging on. Social sciences, humanities and arts, early career researchers and youth is of interest for us. Water and sanitation, agriculture, food security, of course, we've already had that nanotechnology application, particularly in water, agriculture, energy and health, very, very critical, sustainable energy policies. And so these are areas that, and then if you go to the subject areas, you see medical and health sciences, mathematical sciences, geological and environmental health, and space sciences, engineering, technology, applied sciences, cultural sciences, humanities and social sciences, chemical sciences, biological sciences, agriculture policies, and so forth and so on. And so in terms of the agenda, we say that the agenda for the AS is 1, to improve research links across Africa, and also trying to partner the North, the global North, as well as the global South, facilitate joint work on addressing global development challenges, encourage scientific capacity strengthening partnership between the two regions, and also influencing the global South policy agenda. And of course, Africa is at the center of it. And so when we look at the areas of research management, internationalization or international collaborations are very, very important for us to know, because it is not proper for us to reinvent the wheel when already we've got other regions of the world that have already done some of the areas that we are trying to do. As we know that in Africa, we've got our own challenges. So therefore, when it comes to embracing and developing of technologies, we lag behind, and that is something that we really need to seriously address. So some of the key areas that are very common in research management is collaboration, like I said, within and between African institutions and research institutions, universities as well, capacity building, Africa leadership that I've already indicated, building on existing structures and expertise, long-term approach. And very, very important is to note that for you to be able to have sustainable research management in an organization, institutional leadership is very important. Sustainability is very key. We have to have standards, and that's why we are talking, because unless we have got standards, we'll never be able to say what is the policy about using nanomaterials for water, for example. Individual capacity building is very critical, because these are the implementers of these policies, as well as the STI agenda for the continent 2063. So coming now to looking at some of the programs that we run at the African Academy of Sciences, Global Challenge Africa, GCA we call it, which sees AS programs that encourage transition to scale. You've got an idea, you've got a concept, you develop it, and now you go to the prototypes as you go towards commercialization, of course, and entrepreneurship goes without saying. We've got other programs such as the Human Hereditary and Health in Africa, we call it H3 Africa, a program that was initiated 2010 by the National Institute of Health and together with Wellcome Trust and the African Society of Human Genetics. Another area that we are very keen on is the developing excellence in leadership, training, and science in Africa, Delta Africa, whose goal is to produce researchers with the capacity to publish and lead locally, in relevant high-quality areas. Of course, UK DFID, currently FCDO, NEPAD, the NEPAD came together on that. Climate impact research capacity and leadership enhancement, we call it SACO, which is a program to develop skills and research, which results in developing the early career researchers and mentoring them in climate change. Also climate change research development, another program, we call it CR4D. And again, this is very much connected with the IPCC, that is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Going further is also looking at the African regional initiatives in science and education. RISE, a postdoctoral program that is hopefully we're trying to negotiate to sign a grant with the European Union. And so hopefully that is going to come. UK has been sponsoring us through the Royal Society on the Future Leaders Africa Independent Research, a program we call it FLAIR. Unfortunately, because of the challenges that are affecting globally, UK was also affected by funding, and so therefore we are downscaling some of these programs, particularly under the FLAIR programs. African Postdoctoral Training Initiatives, or APTI, which is started through the sponsorship and partnerships with the US National Institutes of Health, NIH, sponsored by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We've got the AS affiliate program that I've already talked about. This is a program where we nurture early career researchers towards, as they move during their 5-year tenure, they can then be strategically ready for them to be elected as fellows. And so that is a nurturing and mentorship program that we usually run at the Academy. We also have other areas where we see gaps. For example, science and language mobility schemes for Africa, or SLMS. this is a program that sees science and language mobility scheme in Africa. Very important, we simply say that we need to merge both Anglo and Francophone Africa so that if language is a barrier, we need to be able to address that. And that is why we got that mobility fund to ensure that somebody coming from Francophone can go to Anglophone so that they can also get to understand the culture as well as the language. We've got another program, we call it Mobility Schemes Africa-India Mobility Fund. And this is a program that is designed to provide researchers from Africa and India to collaborate. I've already talked about the climate change for development. And so I won't go into the details. I think we all understand about research governance, but very important is for us to note the fact that as we develop as we proceed, because we've already started and initiated, in fact, nanotechnology, when I remember when I was at University of KwaZulu-Natal in 2010, the first roadshow about nanotechnology came to UKZN, and I was happy to listen to what nanotechnology can go. So for quite a while now in Africa, since 2010, we have been embracing nanotechnology, but I'm so happy that AMRS has come to a point where we say, let's have a conversation. I know the South African National Research Foundation also had initiatives to look at nanocode, to look at how can we sustainably use nanomaterials and the related materials for the welfare of our people. And so therefore safeguarding research in terms of governance, very, very important in terms of participation in research, protecting the researchers themselves and investigators, particularly, intellectual property, very important, IPO, and also being able to nurture all these early career researchers, postgraduate students, and so forth. Enhancing scientific quality and ethical fairness, minimizing risk, those some of these points that we have to be. But also at the African Academy of Sciences, we are very much worried about good ethics to ensure that institutions are committed to ensure research activities minimize risk to the participants and researchers, and also the third party. And so therefore, all research taking place within a given institution is required to undertake an appropriate ethical review. And this is some of the conditions that we give whenever we are funding different organizations and institutions in Africa. But of course, as you know, we've got quite a range of funders that fund different programs at the Academy of Sciences. And so therefore, some of the key considerations for policy formulation in research management as listed there of importance: good research practice, open access, research data management, and so forth and so on. And so we've got a program, we've got a platform on at the African Academy of Sciences, which we call it the Global Grant Community, or the Good Research Practice. And therefore, that program is actually a program that was developed for promoting international standard for good financial grant practice. And people can subscribe, you apply, you get a license, and then therefore you are now accredited, so that whatever you do in your organization, institution, it is accredited and it meets the standards. Very key on some of the things that we highlight on that particular good financial grant practice is financial management, human resource, procurement, and governance. So this is a program that we run also at the African Academy of Sciences, as well as running the open science. We also have an open science platform whereby people are affiliated, researchers affiliated with the AS for the advantage of publishing. It's a publishing platform which is funded by F1000. And so that is also another benefit, sponsored by various partners, including Wellcome Trust and the Gates Foundation. Right, I would not want to stop before I just highlight some of the key issues that have my previous colleague and also the organizers gave us an introduction about the policy on the workshop on the nanotechnology, particularly for transformational development in Africa. And one thing that we have to realize is that for the Industrial Revolution, when you listen to the key drivers of for the Industrial Revolution, and also listen to the key drivers of nanotechnology, the two of them are coming very close, almost as if interchangeable. So therefore, nanotechnology is also finding a lot of wide coverage in terms of all spheres of our lives. So fourth industrial revolution creates a world in which virtual and physical systems of manufacturing cooperate with each other in a flexible way at the global level. And so therefore, 4IR is not just about smart and connected machines and systems. It is about looking at breakthroughs, starting from the gene sequencing, nanotechnology, renewable energies, quantum. And also when you look at the nanotechnology, it's also subscribing to the very same things that I've just listed, I've just given. So therefore, 4IR is a fusion of these technologies and their interactions across the physical, digital, and biological domains. So if you look at the drivers, of course, we are all very much familiar with artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, quantum computing, so forth and so on, autonomy cars. Application of nanotechnology, as I go to finish, water we have seen is one of them, and of course it has been highlighted. It's an area that I've done myself, developing nanocomposite materials, nanomembranes, nanofilters, nanoparticles. But we have also partnered with other colleagues in the research group in the organization that at the University of Johannesburg, where I did most of my research, as well as the University of KwaZulu-Natal did. Sensing devices through nanosensors. We are going to see Professor Yeo will be talking about electrochemical nanosensors. Energy, solar energy, medical, diagnostic, and drug delivery. Nanoelectronic devices, industrial products that are coming as a result of the nanotechnology, where we see nanotechnology in manufacturing, and it's a whole range of things which I want to go through. But various manufacturers are using nanotechnology to make products with improved capacities to reduce their manufacturing costs. As we go, we see nanotechnology in construction. How is that coming? Nanosilica. As we talk about nanoclay, and all that is a material that we use. Nanocarbon, carbon nanotubes. We have just had Professor Mlanka and Sabelo with other teams, Eugene. They are all dealing with different nano-based companies that they have created as a result of research and development. And so you can see a whole range of all these listed there. Nanotechnology for energy processes, starting from the energy source to the energy usage. If you look at the whole range, energy conversion, energy distribution, energy storage, you will find nanotechnology embedded in each one of them. Nanotechnology in medicine, again, we are going to hear a lot of presentations about nanotechnology application in medicine, particularly for drug delivery, nanoparticles that have been engineered so that they can be able to kill diseases, particularly things like cancer cells and so forth. Nanotechnology in food, of course, agriculture, food security related, in packaging, particularly, this is very, very key. As we go on, I talked about nanotechnology for water treatment, starting with a whole range of materials, membrane technology, nano-sized materials, nanocomposite materials, nanofilters, and so forth and so on. So without taking so much of your time, I would like probably to answer before I leave. The question is, how safe are the nanomaterials used for various applications? But I want to focus on water, drinking water, because that is my area. When you look at the nanofibers, nanoparticles, the biggest question, and every time I presented anywhere for conferences and so forth, question is, how safe are your materials that we are using? And that's where these standards, as we talk about the policy on nanotechnology, becomes very important. Of course, we've got commercial products, particularly based on carbon nanotubes, different companies that we have seen in South Africa, we've got companies and many others. Kenya recently also came up with a nano semiconductor. So they have just started, the president launched the industry for manufacturing silicon material semiconductors through the Dedan Kimathi University on 26th of April. That one was inaugurated. And so national and international standards, policies on materials are very, very critical. And so the question then again is, what about the global South? As we see the global North has developed, they definitely must have policies in place. And this is the time for us in Africa to also start thinking about. Talked about Kenya Institute of Nanotechnology as one of the examples to say Africa is starting now to commercialize nanomaterials, produce and commercialize. And the question then is, do we have standards, policies? And so that is the theme of this presentation. I would like to thank you all, and of course to thank the various organizations that have recognized me over the years. Lately, the L'Oreal UNESCO Awards as was given there. Of course, 2016, South Africa, Distinguished Women Researchers, African Union 2017, and then lately the L'Oreal UNESCO Awards, and these are my professional links in case we're interested in collaborations and so forth and so on. I still continue to do my research through University of Johannesburg, recently appointed University of Nairobi, and I've always been a visiting professor at Masinde Mulilo University. Funding partners for the AS programs, different programs. Mainly, we are looking at Bill and Melinda Gates, as you could see from the various programs that they are coming and Wellcome Trust also coming. And the UK government have funded us. We see AMRS, South Africa also fund some of the programs, Oxford, and so forth and so on. So I would like to thank you all for listening, and I'm sorry, organizers, if I've taken more time than allocated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ngila, for that very comprehensive and incisive presentation. I think it has given us quite a lot to think about, but also I think you've given us a bit of an insight as to not only your work and the work that the African Academy of Sciences does, but also just a little bit of an insight as to the various applications of nanotechnology, and also considerations in regards to what we should be looking at when we think about policy and policy formulation around the regulation of nanotechnology in general. Panelists, I think as we proceed further, I would like to call Professor John Ulmer, who is our next speaker. Professor John Ulmer will be presenting a paper on unlocking barriers. Professor John Ulmer has a distinguished background in the development sector. He has previously worked at the African Union and NEPAD, and he's currently a professor at the University of Pretoria, if I'm not mistaken. So Professor Ulmer, Professor Mugabe, if you can, you are free to take the floor, so to speak.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, you're very audible.
Okay. Thank you again to the organizers for inviting me. Now, I have a very difficult task. After listening to the previous speakers, I just got concerned that I'm going to be repeating what has been well presented by the previous speakers. But what I thought I would do is just to make some points, emphasizing some of the issues that colleagues have already raised. And I want to emphasize that we need to look at nanotechnology in a broader context, the context of building national innovation systems, that we should not isolate nanotechnology and treat it differently. We need to focus on building, in fact, national innovation systems. I'm going to be proposing that to get African countries to enter nanotechnology and effectively exploit the opportunities that the technology offers. They need to address a number of barriers, and there are at least 4 kinds of barriers that countries need to address, and those are policy barriers. I'll specify those barriers. Countries need to address institutional barriers, particularly the lack of institutional articulation synergies. They need to address economic barriers with emphasis on increased investments, not just in research, but in innovation activities as well. they'll need to address a range of social barriers, address a number of ethical questions. So I want to share my slides, if I'm allowed.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Are you able to see my slides?
Yeah, if you just go on slideshow.
So I presume you can see my slides. Hello?
Yes, we can see them. Please go ahead.
Yes, so my presentation is going to focus on 5 general issues. One is just some reflections on the nature of nanotechnology, not necessarily defining the technology. I'll make some statements on the status of nanotechnology in Africa and what are some of the policy frameworks as well as instruments, just some illustrative cases. And then talk a bit about the barriers to entry, and then suggest ways of unlocking those barriers. We all know what nanotechnology is, but I think it's important to emphasize that this is one of those science-intensive technologies, and entry into nanotechnology depends to a large extent on building certain scientific research capabilities. So it's a science-intensive, or if you want, knowledge-intensive technology, and entry depends on building scientific capabilities. Countries that do not build scientific capabilities in a number of new aspects are unlikely to exploit nanotechnology. It's also a technology that is under rapid convergence with other technologies. So you see nanotechnology converging with other technologies, ICTs, for example. Countries that do not have a good ICT infrastructure are unlikely to exploit biotechnology. So entry into nanotechnology to a large extent depends on harnessing other technologies, ICTs, biotechnology, genomics. Nanotechnology is also pervasive, that if you want to really exploit the technology, you have to understand that this is a pervasive technology in the sense that applications cut across sectors. So the same technology, nanotechnology, would be applied in water, as we had, energy and health. And countries need to have approaches that enable them to exploit again the pervasive nature of the technology. Isolated research initiatives are unlikely to get countries to exploit the technology. You require multi-sectoral research and innovation teams and programs. So if you are working just on water, if you focus all your attention on water, you will not benefit from the technology in a pervasive, in a wider sense. Just some statements: the technology is developing very rapidly, and just some figures. In 2020, the projected global market for this technology was about $76 billion US, and that's it's a huge market to be exploited, and we need to find again entry niches for Africa into this global market. I think the other point, which has been emphasized by the previous speakers, again, is contribution to different SDGs. We've heard about contributions to health, to agriculture, to water. So this is a technology that countries need to quickly get engaged with in order to achieve sustainable development goals. We've had again examples, and Catherine gave us a number of examples of applications in health. But we know that in fact, this technology that is now being utilized to address some health challenges that were not easy to confront and address years ago. Treatment of cancer, the technology is enabling those in the health sector to understand different patient populations. So you can actually target treatments to specific populations. In terms of global trends, and we all know this, is that the number of countries that are really leaders, and the US, we know that the US is the leader in nanotechnology, got really focused on nanotechnology at least 1998 with the creation of the National Nanotechnology Initiative. Just a few days ago, just about a week ago, the president's budget for 2021 was released, and this initiative received or has received a huge investment, $1.7 billion for these 11 or so agencies engaged in the initiative. But the point here is that you have a number of leaders, countries that are investing significant resources in the technology. And most of these countries have actually interagency kind of mechanisms. They don't have standalone institutes for nanotechnology. In the case of the US, at least 11 agencies working on different components, different aspects of nanotechnology. Just quickly on this status in Africa, again, we all know this. A number of studies, including one relatively new by UNECA, telling us that the technology is at infancy in most of Africa. South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia are really the current leaders based on available reports. South Africa, in terms of innovations, at least 90 plus patents. Egypt, according to the UNECA report and WIPO reports, 40 patents in the nanotechnology. And then other actors, Morocco with the 8 reported patents. So the point is that Africa is not actively engaged in the technology with the research and innovation in this technology. An increasing number of countries are expressing interest, and we've seen over the last decade or so, countries making statements addressing nanotechnology. Some of them in their STI policy frameworks. So there are countries interested, and most countries are interested. At the continental level, we have TISA 2024, which makes explicit reference to nanotechnology. The challenge is to move from these statements of intent to concrete research and innovation programs. In most countries, again, I'm going to be emphasizing that you have a range of systemic barriers to innovation, scaling research, moving from research to innovation. So let me briefly talk about these 4 kinds of barriers to entry. And most of these are actually apply to most African countries. I've already alluded to, and I think the previous speakers did this, alluded to absence of explicit policies at national level for research and innovation in nanotechnology. Some countries have policy frameworks. South Africa has an explicit policy framework, but the challenge here, challenges here relate to just policy literacy. So you have explicit policy to promote nanotechnology research and innovation, but the policy is not well known. There are challenges of policy implementation. In some countries, you see policy discontinuity, where a country makes a decision to invest in certain aspects of nanotechnology, even set some priorities, but you don't see continuity, and that may be a barrier in most places. There's also limited use of existing implicit policies, policies that are designed to do other things, but can actually be used to promote nanotechnology research and innovation. And an example is limited use of public procurement policies to stimulate innovation in nanotechnology. And we need to consider this. Yes, it's important to have explicit policies, but can countries use existing policies? So, in my view, limited use of implicit policies is one of the key policy barriers. Then there's been reference to intellectual property protection, where you have weak IP frameworks. Countries may not effectively engage in technology transfer arrangements. So how do you, in fact, organize your IP regimes in such a way they enable you to engage in effective technology transfer arrangements? And there's a growing body of literature on the impact of intellectual property protection on transfer of nanotechnology and other new and emerging technologies. There are ethical dimensions. I think Catherine made reference to this. There are broader governance issues which also act as barriers. As we know, applications in health or even in water come with all kinds of not necessarily real, but perceived of risks, imagined risks, and all kinds of ethical considerations need to be addressed. Most of these have to be addressed through various policies. Then the institutional barriers, again, referred to. Most important is that you need synergies. Particularly research to industry links must be strong. In most countries, such links are relatively weak. In most countries, actually, there's absence of national coordination of R&I programs in nanotechnology. Catherine referred to Kenya, where there's a dedicated agency. But again, I want to emphasize that standalone institutions will actually be barriers. So you need these multidisciplinary programs with participation of a range of disciplines in research and innovation, given that this is a fairly science-intensive, very complex technology, very disruptive, like fourth industrial revolution technologies. Then you have economic barriers of different kinds. Just one which again has been referred to several is investments in research. It's a science-intensive technology, so you have to invest adequate resources to exploit the existing knowledge, but also to be able to to generate new knowledge, and private sector engagement, incentives, particularly economic incentives for private sector to be adequately involved in nanotechnology to produce public goods is a key issue. Absence of economic incentives to private sector stands in the way of Africa's entry into nanotechnology. Then there are social barriers which we've referred to. There are social resistance. In Africa, actually, the nanotechnology, entry into nanotechnology, or the debate on nanotechnology coincided to a large extent with the debate on biotechnology. And for a while, there's been confusion. So in some places, when you talk about nanotechnology, people's minds shift to biotechnology, and more specifically to genetic modification. I've been to places where policymakers, you talk about nanotechnology, and they quickly start talking, making reference to the perceived of negative impacts of some of the biotechnologies. Then there are issues of social exclusion. If Africa is to exploit this technology, particularly in water and sanitation, in food or agriculture generally, food production, agriculture generally, and a range of other areas, energy. The participation of women is important. The technology is not socially neutral. Gender considerations are important. And what one gets, at least, is that there's limited participation in countries such as South Africa, where I know a bit better about nanotechnology status. Few women are actively engaged, and this is a social barrier. Then there are issues of just technology assessment, public participation in assessing any risks associated with the technology or any benefits associated with the technology, lack of public participation. And in many cases, public understanding of nanotechnology is a social barrier. Very few countries have actually dedicated public understanding of nanotechnology programs. South Africa has had a program, just public education, nanotechnology, but very little public engagement in assessing the different applications of the technology. So I want to end by just making these broad proposals. And the first is, again, participatory technology assessment. This is not a technology to be left to small groups of scientists in some labs there to decide how to apply it. You require participatory technology assessment, if possible, participatory technology for siting as well. And that should be supported by public understanding of nanotechnology programs, so that you reduce any social barriers and social resistance to the technology. Then deliberate efforts at designing and implementing explicit policies. And here I think this is where regional cooperation is important. Knowledge of and understanding of nanotechnology is very limited in most policy circles. It's going to be important to have some programs that support countries to design policies. I've been involved in a number of policy processes, STI policy processing in some countries. When you suggest let's ensure that nanotechnology considerations are integrated in the broader STI policy frameworks, there's a resistance because, again, people do not understand policymakers do not understand the nature of this technology, its potentials, and how to govern. the technology. Then lastly, I think we need new institutional configurations, learning from good practices. I gave the example of the US National Nanotechnology Initiative, established in 1998, where you have multi-agency activities, engagements. So you have really different actors, institutional actors involved in a national mission or national missions around nanotechnology. More important is building this public-private partnership in most of Africa so that you move from research to innovation. You are able to scale, in fact, the applications, getting the technology into the economic space. So I want, again, to thank the organizers for inviting me. And my broad recommendation is that we should not isolate this technology. We should treat it as part of effort to build, again, or strengthen national innovation systems, national innovation capabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mugabe, for your excellent exposition. You've particularly attuned us to the various barriers that continue to preclude the full adoption of nanotech. I mean, you touched upon, of course, the policy barriers. You mentioned, of course, economic barriers, institutional and social, all of which, imply a very that we need to have a multi-pronged approach in addressing this. If you will allow me, Prof, in your introduction, I'd forgotten to mention actually that Professor Mugabe is also was actually the executive director of the African Center of Technology Studies in Nairobi between 2002. He was also has been a member of the African Conservation Center and the Board of Trustees on Sustainable Agriculture Center and Research and Development in Africa. So Prof. Mugabe has wells of experience, and he has a long history of experience with many institutions in Africa, particularly that deal with policy. So I just wanted to mention that so that you have a bit more of a full understanding from where he's come from. I think moving forward, I think we can now proceed to include Professor Tim White. Professor Tim White, are you present?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Professor Tim White is the president of the Material Science Society of Singapore. He's also the president and a professor of engineering and material science in Singapore. He has also wells of experience. He was a pioneer of the massive online courses. I think they're called MOOCs. He has also been the chair, I think, of research. I think it was is it FACTS? I think it is.
That's it.
Yes, from 2013 to 2018. I think you were also at the National, I think at the Environmental Technology Institute as well for several years. So Professor White comes with also a lot of experience and unique insights. I think Prof. White will also give us his understanding of Singapore's unique approach to actually the adoption and subsequent application of nanotechnology as part of their developmental and commercial initiative. So without further ado, I'll leave the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Shingai. Can I just check, are you seeing my presentation okay?
Yes, it's visible. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Look, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and particular thanks to Samuel for inviting me. Today I am wearing two hats. One hat is as president of the Materials Research Society of Singapore, and the other is as vice president for research at NTU. I always hesitate a little bit in these discussions when people ask us, what has worked well in Singapore and what has not worked so well, because Singapore is such a unique place in the world in many respects, and it's so different to Africa. Singapore is constrained in terms of its size, constrained in terms of population, constrained in terms of resources. But we have found a way to do things. And perhaps there are some lessons to be learned. And when I listened to the presentations of Professor Nagila and Professor Mugabe, actually everything we're all speaking the same language. And what I'll be talking about is the Singapore take on this, the Singapore approach on developing nanotechnology and technology in general. So the topic for my talk is exploiting this triple helix model. And I think most people listening know what the triple helix model is. It's this tripartite partnership between government, universities, and industry. And this is something that Singapore has taken seriously for a great many years. So let me see, is this going to move forward for me? Just a minute. Yes. So what I will do in this next 20 minutes or 25 minutes is take you through really a hierarchy of developing nanotechnology in Singapore, starting at the top, working through to what happens on the ground, and particularly in terms of a university, and how does that interact and help in developing wealth and ensuring technology transfer in Singapore. So my first slide here, it talks about from traders to innovators, and I'm stealing that slide title from a book that's shown there by Goh Chor Boon, From Traders to Innovators. Anyone who's particularly interested in understanding how Singapore rapidly became an innovative nation should read this book. It's an excellent summary and deals with the major points. The thing that has to be remembered in Singapore is that innovation is the only thing we have. If you have nothing else but people, you can only invest in people. So the whole approach here is about getting the most from our people, giving the greatest opportunities and so forth. So when we look at, for example, the innovation policy, it lies directly within the Prime Minister's Office of Singapore. It's that important. And once a year in January, we have a meeting of the Academic Research Council, which is made up of university presidents and research leaders from around the world. And the Prime Minister spends time with them. So it's very much a top-down endorsement of this approach. What I want to do is take you through 4 steps or 4 of the major components of our innovation today. What this whole of government strategy means, how do we get the universities involved and particularly linked to the real world, and how do we grow this private public partnership, and what sort of infrastructure do you need to invest in? And all of these things, as I say, have already been spoken about in this session. Under the Prime Minister, you can see a number of funding agencies and ministries. It's not necessary to go into the detail, except to say that each of those agencies fund different components of the technology development chain. So from low TRLs, more basic research, fundamental research, through to mid TRLs, where you're doing demonstration and deployment, and finally, of course, passing across to the private sector. The other thing that I also mentioned, because it's come up a couple of times already, is that there are specific schemes inside there for early career researchers. We have to say that the best ideas, the brightest ideas, the most novel ideas will come from our younger researchers. So we have to provide an opportunity for them to get started and not feel locked out because the more established scientists and engineers have taken all the goodies. So let's move on. Very briefly, I'll just remind everyone where Singapore came from. We were still a relatively young country. We only gained independence in 1965. And Singapore was not in a good shape when it gained independence. But what we've done over the years is gradually build up our capabilities. First, of course, developing skills. Then we had to get a lot of direct foreign investment. Then we became technology intensive, and the last 10, 15 years, we are focusing much more on innovation. And of course, the GDP has risen during that time, which is showing that some things are going right. You can see that things like the Asian financial crisis, SARS, global financial crisis, they certainly slowed things down or created a little bump, but not too bad. And this is partly because of the way in which the Singapore economy is diversified. Now, as a small country, we cannot do everything. So we have only 5 pillars of the Singapore economy: petroleum, petrochemical, finance, environment, semiconductors, and the last one is biotech. So we have 5 pillars, and we don't try to do everything. We try to put concentration in particular areas because our resources are limited. Now, of course, we're waiting to see what the effect of COVID will be, as is the rest of the world. We have to watch this space and see what this does to our progress. What I want to do now is focus on the years since 1990, because that's when we really started to work hard at innovation. So some of you would be aware that Singapore works on 5-year plans and has been doing this since 1990. We started with the National Technology Plan, and that was an investment of $2 billion. Now we're up to RIE 2025, which was just launched a month or so ago, and the investment is $25 billion. These are Singapore dollars. There's been some key structural, shall we say, changes during this time. You can see here that in 1991, this was when the National Science and Technology Board was created. It later became A*STAR. The National Science and Technology Board was to guide the progress of innovation in Singapore. We had the Biomedical Sciences Initiative in 2000. 2006 was a big change. That's when we had this Research, Innovation and Enterprise Council chaired by the Prime Minister, and also the National Research Foundation was created at that time, modeled more or less under the NSF in the US. And in 2011, it was sort of enshrined that we would put 1% of our GDP towards research. Now, on a personal note, I just mentioned that I came to Singapore in 1995. So it was my good fortune, in a way, to come to Singapore at, right at the beginning of these very exciting developments. And I've been able to participate in these. And then the Materials Research Society was formed in 1999. Again, started very small, basically a 2 or 3 man operation, but has grown considerably since that time. So the key message here is that the 5-year plans have been very important in guiding the overall direction of Singapore's investment in research and innovation, but not trying to invest in everything, picking those areas where we have some perhaps natural advantage or an area which is of strategic importance to us. And one of those at the beginning was water, because Singapore was not self-sufficient in water when I first arrived. The water had to be imported. Now we've got quite large desalination plants and other processes to have self-sufficiency, but that was a strategic need of Singapore in the 90s, which has now been addressed. So that's also a reason for selecting the areas, of course. If we look at RIE 2025, Research, Innovation and Enterprise 2025, I want to just emphasize that foundational science is critical to innovation. This is in a way axiomatic, but sometimes it's forgotten about. Unless you have a pool of ideas, a pool of new ways of looking at things, you're going to fall behind in the innovation race. So if the 4 national strategic areas that you can see there, manufacturing, trade, connectivity, human health potential, urban solutions, sustainability, smart nation, digital economy, of course, right? You wouldn't choose many different ones. But I want to point out a couple of points from this diagram. First of all, in the middle of this diagram, you can see something called white space. So the budget which is provided over the next 5 years is not fully committed. You can't see around corners, and you know, COVID is a good example. But the pace of technological change, scientific discovery is accelerating so quickly, you can't possibly plan in detail 5 years ahead. So you need to leave aside some of your resources to be used as opportunities and needs arise. And the other thing which is not shown in this particular diagram, as I say, is the investment in foundational basic research, but that's also inside. So I just dig down a little deeper, and this is all public domain knowledge, so it's easily found. But if we look at those 4 national strategic domains, the important point is that they don't stand in isolation. We have to have cross-cutting capabilities here. If you look at practically all of these, nanotechnology is going to be part of it in some way. So I think it was Professor Mugabe who said we shouldn't think about nanotechnology standalone. It's part of the entire technological enterprise. And indeed, that is the case here. So this is something which really does help guide the way in which research and innovation is funded in Singapore. It guides the way in which Singapore partners with industry. And of course, as I'll show you in a moment, it guides the way in which Nanyang Technological University does its own 5-year plan. The other thing that I'd like to point out before I get into that, because it really is quite different, I think, in Singapore compared to Africa. Singapore is the 2nd fastest aging country in the world. So I think Africa is a young continent, that you don't have these problems. But this rapidly aging population in Singapore really does inform the way in which we approach technology. How do we keep people engaged in the economy for longer? How do we keep them healthy for longer? How do we develop technologies that allow people to be productive for a much longer period of time? So I simply say that, you know, Singapore sits over here in this upper sector, older, aging fast. I count myself in that. So this is a big demographic challenge for Singapore, but it has to be addressed. It's not insurmountable, but of course you do have to plan for it. Now, the next thing is to talk about, having had this national plan, how do we fit the university into it? So the first thing, of course, is that NTU had an interesting background. It started off as a Chinese language university. It then was closed down for a while. It came back as a Nanyang Technological Institute and was reborn in 1991, which is at the beginning of the first 5-year plan, you might recall. And when it started, it was there to provide engineers. That was it. That's all it did, provided engineers. And it was an educational institution. Then in around about 2001, so some 10 years later, then we were more on this pathway to innovation. And so it had to become a research intensive university. And that's the direction that we've been taking since then. And we then added additional schools, medicine, humanities, and so forth. And now, of course, we talk about it as a university for all, which means not just the young people coming to university, but mature age students, those in the workforce who have to upgrade their skills. So within the university, we plan ourselves in this way. We need to have a very clear vision, and that vision involves the fact that we have to educate primarily, we have to be innovators, and we have to realize the value of those innovations. So how do we do that? First of all, of course, we have to develop talent. Without people, you're not going anywhere. And talent development is extremely important. As a university, we don't hire individual professors as such. We think about where we want to develop concentration, and we tend to hire teams of professors so that we can have impact, and we have basically the bandwidth that we can do something which is useful for Singapore. Securing funding, obviously important, and we have a favorable funding environment in Singapore, so that's really a very good fortune. but increasingly we're looking to get more direct investment from companies, and I'll speak some more about that. Obviously, you need to grow the infrastructure to do this. I'll also give some examples of that shortly. Partnerships are extremely important. NTU partners with people around the world, whether they be other universities, national laboratories, or companies, but you have to learn from the best. And finally, of course, we want to capture value, and I'll come back to that question. We have been fortunate, as I said, this is the direct funding the university has received in the last 3 5-year plans. But what I want to point out here is that this is competitive funding. This is not just handed over. If our professors don't write good grants, competitive grants, then this funding would not appear. So it is an intensely competitive situation that we work in. You can see that over the last 5 years, this has leveled out. This is because direct funding from the government is tending to stabilise, and now we want to get more funding coming from elsewhere, from industry. We have a 5-year plan, NTU 2025, which goes along with the national plan, RIE 2025. Again, the detail is not important here, but you can see that in the areas that you would expect. Obviously, we want to be extremely strong in artificial intelligence. It's driving everything from manufacturing to medicine, to cybersecurity. All of these things require a very strong capability in artificial intelligence. So that's obviously one of the university's focuses. Resilient urbanization and natural ecosystems, pivoting somewhat from water now, much more interested in climate change. Again, no surprises. Brain and learning, aging society. How do you keep people active for longer? Health and society, the same thing. Future of industry, extremely important. And that includes, incidentally, agri-industry. When you think of small Singapore, you don't think of agriculture by default, except perhaps for orchids. But in fact, there is a plan that Singapore should produce 30% of its food by 2030. And that's going to require some intensive farming and indoor farming. So there's a lot of technology required there. And we map these to the 4 national domains so that we're aligned. Something that we think is extremely important in NTU is that we have to create these critical masses of people. And we do this through pan-university institutes and centres. And what we do is we tend to bring in people from industry into these institutes and centres. Our faculty come in as joint appointments or ad hoc appointments to these centres. And it allows us to keep very focused on the needs of industry or the needs of society. So I'm showing just 5 of these. You can read the detail for yourself. But we have about 15 or 20 of these pan-university institutes or centres, and their remit is very clear: to take basic research into demonstration and then as a product. So having that capability is important. Like our Environment and Water Institute is about 300 people. Our Energy Institute is similar, but you need that concentration of capability to really do things. So then we come to the triple helix, which is in the title of my talk. And we really rely on this very strongly. This is something which we deploy without exception in Singapore in the university sector. And we see the universities as having this basic knowledge and the innovative capability. We couple that with the national strategy, which comes from the government, and then we have to bring in the expertise from industry to make sure it all works. So this is very important. And you know, one of the basic questions I'm always asked is, why does a company want to work with NTU? And one of the common answers to that is that universities de-risk the risky research. So if you're a large company, you tend to hire people and they'll stay with your company for a long time, in all likelihood, which is great because it offers stability. But on the other hand, you tend to miss out perhaps on some of the developments, the exciting cutting edge developments which are taking place in academia. So it actually makes sense for some companies to work with the university because it makes their more speculative research much less risky, higher risk, bigger success later on, but it allows the two to work together. And of course, the government of Singapore facilitates this. And also it allows us to build up our manpower in a way that makes a lot of sense. So if I just take one example, we started working on battery technology probably in excess of 15 years ago, 10 to 15 years ago. And we've had lots of programs in the university, you know, quite a number of graduate programs, undergraduate programs, and so forth. A lot of patent activity. Having those patents may or may not be worth a great deal, but what we do have is a cohort of graduates who understand energy, in particular batteries for electric vehicles and so forth. So then it's no surprise that electric vehicle manufacturers are now eyeing off and are signing up to position themselves in Singapore. Singapore is not the cheapest place in the world to manufacture cars. That's absolutely true. But what we do have are the people to encourage industry to come. So that's the general philosophy that we have here. The other thing that's very important, and I think Professor Mugabe mentioned this aspect as well, or it may have been John Paul. The issue of how do you manage these partnerships? So in a traditional university, you have what I like to call unfettered basic research. So professors do what they want. They published fantastic papers, you know, they get invited to conferences, and this is all very good, and you produce great students. But the pathway from that unfettered basic research to the marketplace can be very long, which is not to say it should not be done, but it's all about balance. So rather than NTU focusing just on unfettered research, which tends to have limited value capture, we have what we prefer to call constructive collaboration, which is to say that we start to talk to the companies very early. So if a company is interested in working with NTU, we like to speak to them about what their needs are, what you know, we can offer to them in terms of our manpower or perhaps our special infrastructure. But basically, we establish the ground rules very early to see if this is potentially a viable partnership and a pathway towards commercialization, which means, by definition, you sort out the IP issues and all of these other horrible legalities quite early on, so that it doesn't come as a fright or an insoluble problem later on when actually something of value might have been produced. So this is really very important. And these are just some of our larger corporate partners. We actually have something in excess of 200 companies working in and about and on the campus. The corporate laboratories are a special type of triple helix arrangement where some funding comes from the government, the majority comes from the company, and the university provides infrastructure. But the key thing here is these companies are on the campus. We see great value in having a company presence on the campus because it allows our professors to learn about what are the needs of the company. They learn about the culture of the company. It allows the companies to learn about what's going on inside the university. And more importantly, it provides a pathway for our students to get jobs. So many of our students who do internships with these companies, of course, later go on to be employees of these companies. And those dollar values I'm showing on this slide are for 5-year investment periods. Naturally, we work with national laboratories. There's no need to belabor this point. National laboratories provide that bridge between basic research and commercialization, and we find that extremely valuable. So within the university ecosystem, then we produce this continuum of activity over all the technology readiness levels, fundamental research, thematic, and so forth, living laboratories, which I'll speak a little bit more about, technology demonstration, corporate laboratories. So you need that entire pipeline of activity from low to high technology readiness levels. If that pipe is not continuous, you may not capture value. You cannot have a leaky pipe. That won't work. Now, again, infrastructure has already been mentioned. I'll speak to that at a couple of levels. You do need to have a good investment in equipment. And of course, that's not enough. You have to have a good investment in people to run this high level equipment. challenging to keep those. They're in short supply. But this is something that's very basic. So, you know, for example, our neuroimaging facility is almost unique in Singapore. And that brings a lot of business to us. And the other important thing with neuroimaging is it ties us to medical research. So we have clinician researchers. It ties us to the social sciences. So it allows us to look at what motivates people to buy things. How does it feel to be living in, you know, a particular environment? Language. How do we work in an area which is multilingual? So these are important tools, these shared facilities, because they bring together different disciplines. We treat the campus as a whole, as a living laboratory. And as you can see here, this is some of the activities that are going on in what we call our Smart Campus initiative. But looking at green building systems, obviously in Singapore being so tropical, the energy use is significant. Again, there's no need to go through all of this, but we also look at things like urban mobility on campus. Being a standalone campus makes it very useful for testing autonomous vehicles and so forth. And the other thing is that in terms of energy, you can see this is a portion of the NTU campus. Most of the rooftops are covered with solar panels, and I think now we generate about 10% of our electricity this way. But you know, there's so much more that can be done. If we could put solar panels on facades, for example, that would be terrific. And there's a lot of wasted space in this photograph yet. And the other thing, and I'm almost at the end of my talk, is that we have these larger demonstrators as well. So there's a small island south of Singapore called Semakau. That's where we have our renewable energy integration demonstrator, where we test everything you can imagine: tidal, solar, fuel cells, it's all there. And a question you might ask is, why does Singapore care? We are, you know, we're the worst country in the world for renewables. We're small, we're on the equator, no wind, no tide. What's the point of this? The point, of course, is building expertise. So even though there may be never any significant deployment of these technologies in Singapore, we would like to be the manufacturer of choice for some of these technologies. So, and of course, regionally within ASEAN and the wider Asian region, there's a tremendous market there. In terms of policy, which has already been mentioned several times, we have CITRAN, which is a partnership with the Land Transport Authority of Singapore. This is a test track is just outside the gates of NTU. This is to develop laws and policies around autonomous vehicles, amongst other things, and other issues related to smart technologies. And we also have this waste to energy plant, which is 3 or 4 kilometers from NTU, but a very large activity. Of course, it's a good example of where too many things can work against each other. So when we set up the plant, NTU is producing a certain amount of waste, which was going to go into the plant. But we've got much better at reducing the amount of waste we generate. So now the plant is running short of waste, which maybe is a good problem to have. And my final slide, I just wanted to point out that, you know, I've said it before, but I firmly believe it, people are everything. So here are 2 companies which have spun out and from fundamental research carried out at NTU. Nanofilm is our first unicorn. The head of the person who created the technology behind Uniform, Dr. Shi Zhu, he's now a billionaire. Unfortunately, NTU sold out of this company too soon. Never mind, we can live with that. But what I do want to point out is that this was a 20-year-plus journey. This did not come out of 5 years of research. This came out of 2 decades or more of hard work to get to this point. But the technology is actually a coating technology. It grew out of the days when people started becoming very interested in carbon nanotubes and buckyballs and these types of things. So it's a coating technology, but you can see a wide range of applications there. And then the second company I'll mention is Nanosun. This is a membrane company. It's being used primarily to treat water and for desalination. And also integrated with photo destruction of contaminants. Again, Darren Sudden and I are old friends. We arrived in Singapore within about 2 weeks of each other. Again, Darren has worked very hard for many, many years to get to this point. But they're both providing what Singapore needs. Nanofilm is now a reasonably large company. It has around 1,400 employees. NanoSun is still what you would call a SME, a few dozen employees, but they're serving the purpose of translating the ideas from the university out into the marketplace. So that's really all I have. I'm sorry if I've run over a little bit, but I like to finish with this quotation. I hope I'm correct in the attribution, because I've seen it written everywhere, but I can't find the original quotation. But Leonardo is reputed to have said that it's not enough to do, you have to apply. And that's really, I think, the maximum of Singapore and NTU, that if you really want to make a difference to society, if you want to make people have a community which is safe and secure, you really have to harness the benefits of research. So that's where I'll finish, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor White, for that illuminating discussion on Singapore. I think many of us were captivated, particularly on your discussion of the triple helix, but also in terms of understanding the policy journey that Singapore took, the idea of a 5-year policy plans and the synergies that exist between the state, universities, as well as industry. I think that is a particular interest, and I think many of our participants and panelists will agree that that is something that would be of quite some interest. I'd just like to say that I think now we'll be proceeding to the next part of our agenda. I think what's going to happen now is we're going to have the panel discussion, but this panel discussion will be combined with the question and answer. So I encourage all of our participants to just raise any questions you have, to please, feel free to note them, to raise your hands or to type them in the chat, and I will periodically, obviously, taking rounds of questions, I will call them out. So I think what I will do now, I think, is just to ensure our panelists are ready. I believe we have for our first session, I think, is Prof. David Jodo. Are you available?
Yes.
Okay, now welcome, Prof. It's glad to have you here. I think Professor David Jodo from the University of Ghana will be making a short presentation. These presentations, which will obviously kind of complement the presentations that we have just heard from Professor Tim White, Prof. Mugabe, and Professor Ngila. We also have with us Prof. Malik Maza of UNESCO, UNISA, and the Africa Chair of Nanoscience and Nanotechnology, who's a good friend of the AMRS. I'm not sure if Ms. Rujeko Masika is here with us, but I know Prof. Ricardo Felipe de Queiroz from the Ministry of Higher Education and Technology in Angola is with us. So I think Prof. David Jodo, I think since we are a bit time constrained, I'll leave it to you to begin your presentation, to present your slides.
All right, thank you very much for inviting me. That's a very short presentation, but thanks to the rest of the presenters, especially to Tim White, for giving us the triple helix model. What I'm going to talk about here is a bit of what are some of the issues that we have that has already been highlighted. Typically, we have situations where we have our water bodies being polluted, and finding ways in which we can better off clean our water for our population, and this goes a long way also into our development. Typically in Ghana, for instance, we have the issue of illegal mining that is already polluting a lot of the water bodies. We also have different kinds of pollutions getting into pollutants getting into our various water bodies. That brings us to what are some of the means that we can also remediate some of these issues. For instance, we still have issues with oil spillage coming from our crude oil industry. And we find different technologies, such as in the case of nanotechnology, to try to find the remediation of these spills through mechanical containment or even chemical dispersant and natural biodegradation means to be able to do these. All these come in where we need nanotechnology. Some of the focal areas that we are focusing on include that of the water, including energy, health, drug delivery, in terms of food, food security, also from the industrial perspective, the applications that we can put into our mining and then minerals, as well as the chemical and bioprocess engineering fields. There are a few initiatives that links with collaborations. One of such is the Africa Research Universities Alliance. This is a partnership among universities across Africa that also looks at the triple helix. As a result, we've come up with the Arua Centers of Excellence, one of which we are a partner is the Arua Center of Excellence for Materials, Energy, and Nanotechnology. And this is also in partnership with the UK Research and Innovation and then the GCRF fund. So under this Center of Excellence, which I'm a member, the idea here is to use research to develop human capacity for Africa to help solve Africa problems and to also help make Africa globally competitive. So what we do is to develop these materials, some for energy and some using nanotechnology with the basic aim of Africa and solutions for Africa. Also looking at how to develop people, especially the young career researchers, and having meaningful collaborations and then learning how to grow by leveraging some of the funds that we get. So basically, what we do within this setup include construction and then structural materials for sustainable future. We look at biomass and then waste to energy. I'm glad that Tim White talked about the waste to energy plant. We generate a lot of waste, and plastic waste, for instance, it's a big issue that in one way or the other affect Africa. We also look at the environmental pollution and then remediation as a key factor to be looked at in terms of nanotechnology. So basically, what we also doing towards nanotechnology for African development include research in energy materials, environmental pollution remediation, construction, materials for sustainable future, and also improving the effectiveness and efficiency of these materials that we can use for our development. Obviously, how is society affected by these materials is what we tend to really look at. So basically, for constraints of time, nanotechnology and nanoscience, as we have seen from previous speakers, will continue to have impact in the energy, in water, and health nexus, and basically in energy storage, in conversion, in so many of the sources, especially taking into consideration the SDGs. So energy, water, and health challenges are really global, and they are globally linked. And these are linked to societal and industrial needs. And innovation in nanotechnology will help solve our future energy, water, and health problems for sustainable development. So this is a very brief take on how we can also take nanotechnology for our development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dodo, for giving us that short insight and showcasing the situation in Ghana and what your institute, the Ario Institute, is doing. Before I proceed further, I see that Prof. Rodrigo Martins has raised a hand. Prof, would you please go ahead?
Thank you very much for your very nice presentation. What I would like to congratulate all of you, because I'm the president of AMRS, and I hope that we can cooperate strongly. And also to say that in Europe, we have a lot of open routes for supporting this type of contribution. And even I'm a member of the European Research Council, which is the best science division in the world to support excellency in research. And we are fully open to support Africa in promoting initiatives for talents. And we have 25 million that we put at your, and this is available through your African committees, and that will be shared with us, with the ERC. And I hope that this could be fantastic to support all developments. And I'm very, very also pleased to notice that you have a representative for Angola, because I was born in Angola. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Prof. Rodrigo Martins. We appreciate all the the contribution and the assistance that you're willing to provide. I think Prof. Malik Maza is up. Please, Prof, go ahead. And,
yes, would you be kind to allow me to share my screen?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay.
I think, sorry about that. I think, sorry, kids, are we able to get? Okay, there we go.
Yes, I think we are there.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, Program Director, colleagues, thank you so much for your invitation to share with you some thoughts in line with the objectives of the workshop. I would like just to revert back to what John, Prof. Mugabe, and Prof. Tim and other colleagues have mentioned, and I would like to share with you the experience of two official platforms: the Nanoscience African Network and the UNESCO UNISA Itamba Labs NRF Africa Chair in Nanosciences and Nanotechnology. Well, the NanoAfnet is a network of excellence of the African Union, as you can see here, and the U2ACN2 is an initiative by the UNESCO within the African continent to support the field of nanosciences and nanotechnology. In effect, these two initiatives came after a number of national initiatives where we were involved as early as 1999. In effect, we were involved in the creation of the South African Nanotechnology Initiative, for which officially it was endorsed by the Department of Science and Technology in South Africa in 2003, and its strategy was implemented in 2006, followed by the AMANAT, l'Association Marocaine des Nanotechnologies, as well as the Egyptian Nanotechnology Society. Following that, in 2005, with the Italian government, we created and implemented and launched the NanoAfnet Nanoscience African Network in Trieste, which became a network of excellence of the African Union. And in 2006, we were involved in the creation of l'Association Tunisienne des Nanotechnologies and the National Nanotechnology Initiative of Nigeria. Then we assisted more or less and we encouraged in the creation of the Nano Zimbabwe and the nanotechnology in Kenya. And in 2012, the UNESCO has made a call to create a UNESCO chair in the south. And there were quite a number of applicants from India, China, Brazil, Africa. And it happened that because we have had the NanoAFNet, which were very well established, the UNESCO chair was bestowed to Africa. In terms of policy documents, only 3 countries have implemented and came with the policy documents and policy strategies. That is Egypt, Morocco, and South Africa for the moment. And to respond to the policy documents and the vision of these policy documents, there were, how can I say, quite a number of priorities and goals. And the first one was societal priorities within the African continent. And also the second one is to ensure that there is a critical mass, to ensure that there will be enough workforce for tomorrow. And the third one was R&D translation, not only fundamental science, but proper R&D translation and IP submissions. Very active how can I say, IP submission. And the fourth was, of course, a global one, it's SDGs. In terms of number 1 priorities, there are 4 major priorities. That is nano energy, nano solution for water, nano solution for health, and nano solution for agri. And for such, how can I say, we have implemented a number of initiatives, as you will see, and I will single out just a typical case for one for the nano energy and the second one for nano water. At the end, whereby we have submitted or deposited patents and so on, and we are working with the companies as big as Total in some of them. In terms of second priority is that critical mass. We need to have a critical mass. South Africa is the youngest, for the moment, is the youngest continent, and it will be for more than 17 years ahead. For the simple reason is that Africa, for the moment, is the home of the 12 youngest countries in the world, age-wise. And in addition to that, address this critical mass, this critical mass has to be trained. And for such, we embarked in partnership and discussion with quite a number of centers who are heavily involved in the field of nanosciences and nanotechnology, such as the Masir in Morocco, the Centre de Développement et de Technologie Avancée in Algeria, University Al Manar, and so on and so on. And we have, in Africa for the moment, we have quite a number of centers who are very active in the field of nanosciences, both in the north, west, east, and south, unfortunately less in the center, but it will come. It will definitely come. In addition to that, to this nano or centers who are active in the field of nanosciences and nanotechnology, it's quite well equipped, not a top-notch world-class automatically equipment, but they are equipped to carry out decent and world-class research in nanosciences and nanotechnology. The second aspect on which we have invested extensively is the training. In view of the creating this critical mass, we embarked in a massive and aggressive training of postgrad students at the MSc, PhD, and postdoc from all over the continent, bringing them fully supported, bringing them from their home countries to South Africa within the framework of the nanosciences and nanotechnology initiatives, the NanoAFNet, as well as the UNESCO Chair in Nanosciences. And up to now, from 2013 to 2018, 28 MSCs and 30 PhDs and 16 postdocs from different parts of the continent, from Burkina Faso, Uganda, Cameroon, South Africa, Egypt, DRC, at Botswana, and so on and so on, even also from war zones, from Libya. And in addition to this training of postdoc and PhDs, postgrads and postdocs, we have insisted and stressed on the gender aspect. 50% of the fellows who are trained are females and 50% are males. And these fellows, they do go back to their home countries. Of course, we embarked in an international partnership, in particular at a certain moment with the UNICEF, who supported quite a number of mobility programs from the US to Africa and from within Africa to South Africa. And in terms of a critical mass, we embarked in a number of memorandum of understanding and memorandum of agreement with different institutions and higher education institutions in Africa, whereby the diploma is recognized by the two institutions. Yet the fellows, they carry out the bulk of their research work in experimental side from the experimental side point of view in South Africa within the framework of the NanoAfnet on the UNESCO UNISA Africa chair. The diploma is awarded by the University of South Africa, where the chair and the NanoAfnet are headquartered. But for a number of them, they present and they defend, in particular those from the Francophone countries, they defend their thesis in French in their home countries and according to the rules of the CAMES, and therefore they receive their diploma from their home countries and the home institutions. And it's not limited just to PhDs, but also to MSCs, and the MSC's quality, or the quality of the quality of the training is reflected by the cum laudes that these MSCs get. And the peer reviewing of this dissertation is not from Africa. It has to be overseas. It has to be from Princeton, Harvard, UNECA Canada, University of Toronto, NIMS in Japan. So just to ensure the quality control is done by other peers, and to ensure that what we offer also market the quality of what we do within the African continent. And for the moment, the number of MOUs signed for this joint co-diploma is quite broad. Unfortunately, not much within the second part of the top part of the Sub-Sahara, that is Chad, Mauritania, Niger, and Mali. But nonetheless, the newcomers are from the University of Tananarive, from Madagascar, University of Namibia, UNAM from Namibia, and the University of Libreville and University of N'Djamena, with whom we have embarked in agreement for a co-diploma in the field of nanosciences and nanotechnology. And also to create this critical mass, we have embarked in receiving quite a number of senior fellows who focus on a specific program which is of an interest to each of these groups or in different countries. As you can see here, from Sheikh Anta Diop in Dakar, from South Africa, from Lesotho, Cameroon, and Nigeria. And we have recently embarked in multilateral type co-diploma with the European, for the moment with the France, the University of Le Mans, whereby fellows, they spend quite a number of time in different universities, in their home universities in Madagascar, for example, or in Botswana, Buan, and the University of Botswana, and at UNISA, and they go to France for a certain period to use facilities that we don't have in Africa, like a synchrotron, like small angle scattering, and so on. And the diploma will be delivered from the French university, as well as from the home institution, including UNISA or the University of Tananarive, for example, in Madagascar. In terms of R&D translations, we have had to focus on very, very urgent and specific niche areas. And it happened, we have chosen at the beginning nano energy and nano water. For such, for the nano energy, we embarked in something that we felt that we will be able to make a difference. So we embarked in this what we call nanofluids. These nanofluids are the next, or the next generation of fluids, coolant, next generation of coolants. And for such, they are better than the standard coolants, which is ethylene glycol or water or mineral oil. These are coolant in an engine, in any heat engine, being in a car or being in any vehicle, wherever a component generates heat, you have to remove this heat extensively and fast. So to ensure that lifetime of the engine is enhanced, and therefore less emission of CO2 and the NOx, and therefore and also less fuel consumption in relation to address the SDG in the proper way. So we embarked in it, and we have been successful so far. And Total company is interested to license this finding of us, and in effect the inventors of this is a patent are students, like this lady here, for example, from Morocco, and this lady from Zama from South Africa. So both of them are co-inventors in this patent. I'm sorry for this. Oh, okay. The second one that we have embarked in is the fabrication of titania. Titania is 17 billion a year market. That is the minimum. This is 17 billion is only in China. And there are companies producing this titania in each of the continent. The USA, China, India, Malaysia, Europe, but in Brazil, but not in Africa. So we came with a very clean, absolutely zero energy input initially, and green, using water as a universal solvent to make this nano titania. And it happened that our target was not a paint, but was water disinfection, because a number of African countries will be under scarcity level in terms of water. And for such, we came with a very green, cost-effective, truly cost-effective, using only water as a universal solvent, no ethanol, no acid, no base, nothing, only natural extract as an effective chelating agent to produce nanotitania, which is able to decompose methylene blue as effectively as Degussa. How can I say? This is the blue is Degussa, the standard, the reference one worldwide. This is one which is produced in Africa, which was tested and reproduced in terms of testing in NIMS, in Tsukuba, as well as in Canada at AMRS and so on. Well, having seen that in effect, quite a number of African countries have implemented their nanotechnology initiatives and their policy documents, and active now in terms of, relatively speaking, active in terms of R&D translations, while the critical mass is increasing adequately. We have noticed that in effect, the science which is done in Africa, at least within the framework of the NanoAFNet and the UNESCO chair, in terms of metrics, it is as comparable, if not equivalent, to those who are in the research done overseas in Europe and so on. And this is just the how can I say, the metric by Scopus and Google Scholar of the research publication produced by these two platforms within the African continent. And this is just limited. In effect, the curve should be higher if one consider the rest of other countries in Africa. And for such, we have decided and embarked in creating Nano Horizons, which is an open access nano journal by UNECA Publishing House, where the chair is, and we are targeting an impact factor of 3 at 2025 and an impact factor of 10 by 2030. And by that, I wish to thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Prof. Matha, for that excellent presentation. I think that's given us quite a lot of insights into the broad landscape of R&D research as well as nano, and also just giving us, an understanding as to where a lot of research is taking place. I think I would like to understand Professor Paul Weiss, the editor-in-chief of ACS Nano, is here. May I call upon you, Professor Weiss, to maybe make a few comments, if you are willing?
I'd be delighted. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Terrific. And actually, I just put together a slide, if you allow me to share.
Sorry, let me stop sharing.
Oh, no problem.
Oh, please go ahead.
There we go.
Okay.
So thank you so much. I don't want to disrupt the schedule, but I just wanted to applaud the effort here and say that both I and the institutions with which I work will support in every way that we possibly can. And I wanted to mention this Network for Sustainable Nanotechnology, which has precisely the goals that we're discussing today and tomorrow. And as you see, we're really just getting started. We had a couple of workshops at the end of last year. There will be a thought piece coming out on this in ACS Nano, and you see here the founding members, just starting to collect members. Bitri in Japan, Sydney and Waterloo have really taken the lead and will host the first 2 meetings that'll be held every other year. I brought in UCLA, Mesa Plus, and so forth have been, have gotten us going. And so I'm very interested in what we can do over these next 2 days and over the next several years. If you have, ideas for us, both for the network and part of what we do at ACS Nano is lay out the challenges and opportunities for the field around the world, I'd be most interested in hearing from you. So I'll look forward to the rest of the meeting, and thank you so much for giving me a moment to talk.
No, thank you so much, Prof. Weiss, for that. That was a good one. We look forward to that. Okay. Okay. I think we can proceed. I don't know if I don't know, Prof. Martins, are you available?
I think it's Ricardo Corres
No,
from
no.
Angola.
Yeah, Ricardo, sorry. Ricardo, sorry.
Yes, I am available.
Yes, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
I have a single slide to share, if I may.
Oh, please go ahead.
One moment. I'm not sure if you can actually see it.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So thank you very much for the invitation, which is always a pleasure to be in such a meeting and representing Angola, which is a country that you may all know don't have so much to share as many others in terms of development. So I have prepared a single slide that at least we can say what are we doing in Angola and what is our without yes.
Sorry, prosperous. I think you were breaking up a little bit. I don't know if you'd care to just repeat that, just for the sake of our participants.
Okay, so what I said is that I come from the Agostinho Neto University, Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, and I'm also a consultant at the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Technology, Innovation in Angola. And I was saying that, I'm sorry about the video. Okay. So I was saying that we don't have as much work in to share with you. So we have, we truly believe that it's not possible to talk about nanotechnology if you don't have a good national innovation system. In other words, you need policies and strategies in place. In Angola, we have since 2011 the Science and Technology Innovation Policy and also the SDI strategy. So in that part, we think we are fine. However, we still need a lot of capacity building, which for us is an element that is very important. And I mean human and infrastructure capacity building. As you know, Angola was at war for many years, so we are still struggling to do this capacity building in terms of human and infrastructure. So we also think that science and technology parks, because this panel touches the triple helix, so we believe in a quadruple helix, which besides the government, the universities and research institutions, the industry also considers the market. I'm sure the triple helix also considers that. This just does not mention it clearly, probably. And only then we could embrace a nanotechnology initiative, starting from the awareness. Many people still don't know what is nanotechnology, even the curricula of the higher education institutions, and definitely more collaboration within Africa. We tend to collaborate more with European countries or others, and not so much with the African countries. In terms of Angola, as I said, we in 2011, and in 2016, we signed an agreement with the African Development Bank to finance the Science and Technology Development Project, which is the project that I am coordinating. So this project has many initiatives that will contribute to the creation of this national innovation system. For example, we are supporting publications. We just signed a contract with Elsevier. It's the first time in Angola that all institutions, higher education and research public institutions will have access to journals. Imagine if you don't have access to scientific journals, how can you publish, you see? And that was the reality up to this year, although there were some individual initiatives, but this mega operation only this year it's starting. We also supporting the intellectual property. We have an institute for that. So we are equipping it and connecting it to WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, so that we can search on on the patent offices and see what other intellectual property are there. And also, we are investing in capacity building. We are financing scholarships for PhDs and postdocs. Last year, we signed an agreement with the University of Lisbon. And this year, we're going to send the first students. And more important, also important, is the financing of research projects. So 2018, so that you can understand our reality, it was really the first main call for research projects. And we are starting with this procedure, and we hope to continue from now on. But our main goal is to construct and equip a science and technology park in Luanda, the capital. So at the moment, the firm to prepare the architectural project has been hired, and we should have the project by the end of this year. And the works, the construction works will start in the beginning of the next year. So in terms of nanotechnology for us, although we do have some initiatives, but as the picture I want to transmit is that we still have a long way, because without these structures aside, we cannot have how do I say, nanotechnology if you don't have a good national innovation system, which depends on many other elements that I just mentioned. And I made this blue circle called investment, because we, not only we in Angola, but I tend to see that we would like the results of the others without investing what the others are investing, you see. Because if we check why South Africa is there and why Morocco is there, why Egypt have so many publications and so many patents, we must check how much they invest in science and technology, not only in money, but in will, political will. And therefore, to me, none of this is possible without strong will, political will, and investment in terms of money, real money. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Prof. Rodriguez, for your short presentation. That was actually insightful, and also just brilliant to know that Angola is also recently starting to invest and to think through and appreciate the benefits that nanotechnology has. I'm particularly fascinated also about your quadruple helix and trying to understand the role as well of society and the market in this process. As I think that is actually a crucial that's probably a crucial factor, and I think that relates very well to what Prof. Mugabe had said previously about he had spoken to something about social barriers as being a potential one of the challenges facing nanotechnology uptake in Africa. So I think it would be interesting to know a little bit about Angola's particular approach there. I think now we can, since we've heard from, I think, all of our panelists, I think who will also be available to answer a number of different questions. I think we can open the floor up broadly speaking, I think, and I just want to reiterate that all of you participants, you're free to ask questions to both speakers and to panelists relating to their presentations, or even just broadly speaking, relating to any questions you may have, I think, in regards to nanotechnology. So please, you can do so by way of the question and answer, or by raising your hand, or of course, via the chat. So I think the floor is open. If anybody would like to, has any questions, you are free to do so. I'd seen a question earlier by, I think, Stephen Situmu. I think he's from Nakoste, Kenya, and he had said something to he had asked a question with regards to how one can get involved with actual policy development. I think he made me understand that he has actually been part of a process of drafting policy. So I don't know if he would like to direct that to anyone. Perhaps maybe I can direct that to both Prof. Ngila and maybe Prof. Mugabe. Maybe they would like to answer that. His question was about how can one validate, reach stakeholders to validate, I think, this draft policy process which he was involved in. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Yeah. I think with respect to the question on Nakoste, for one to be involved, obviously, you can always express interest, but also if the colleague is asking about what will be the next stage or step after having attended the first involvement, or rather, discussions on policy. That is something I think I'm not so very familiar with, because this is pertinent to Nakoste, unless Professor Mugabe has got some insights on, basically how to engage with Nakoste to get. But my first reaction would be just simply write to them directly. Thank you.
No, thank you for that, Prof. Ngila. I don't know if Prof. Mugabe would also like to respond to that.
Yes, my understanding of the question is how to go about validating the policy draft.
Yes.
And I think Kenya has actually a particular culture, policy making, and there are various things to be done to get that policy out. Multi-stakeholder engagements, workshops, for example, getting the public to participate in the policy process. And I know that is actually a constitutional requirement, although it's not easily done in the country where particular policy document in draft form is put out to the public. I think key actors, in my view, in the case of Kenya, to get that policy out would include the members of parliament. And it is, nanotechnology policy is going to be a subsidiary policy to the STI Act, the Science, Technology and Innovation Act of 2013, which has implicit policy requirements that other sectoral policies or specific technology policies must be subjected to parliamentary scrutiny. So my recommendation to you, Stephen, is that organize a workshop, and I'm sure Nakoste has the resources and the capacity to organize validation workshops, particularly for members of parliament, and get the policy out. The problem with, not just Kenya, but with most countries, that the policy gestation periods are relatively long. So you get teams or even consultants to draft policies, and it takes you forever to get those policies adopted, particularly by cabinet and parliament. And by the time you get into policy adoption, the technologies have advanced. Things have changed considerably. So you want maybe to go back and really find out whether the draft that you have is still relevant, if you need updating what needs to be done. You have in Nairobi the Academy, Catherine's African Academy of Sciences. And the Academy is leading at the moment a process on fourth industrial revolution technologies, a priority setting process, which also is looking at nanotechnology priorities for African countries. And maybe you should talk to the Academy to see how the Academy can assist NACOST to review the draft. So that's my response to Stephen's question.
No, thank you very much, Prof. Mugabe. I think that is an important point that AES can also come into to engage with NACOST to see how we can assist, since we've got a whole body of academics and professionals that can be able to have a discourse on such matters. So thanks for that. Thank you. I will follow it up. So probably Stephen can, I can be in touch with Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both you, Professor Ngila and Prof. Mugabe, for addressing that question. I think here on the chat, we have a comment. I think it's from Professor Agbaje Latif. And he says, this is an interesting enterprise to drive home the importance of nanotechnology for development in Africa. While South Africa, Egypt, and Morocco lead the pack with advances in nanotechnology on the continent, Nigeria, where I come from, is also making some efforts, though still not well coordinated, and the policy on nanotechnology is still not in place. Among the different efforts in this direction is my research group at Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Ogomoso, Nigeria. The nanotechnology group, and I think he's put a link, nanotech.com, which was formed in 2014. We have popularized the field through annual conferences and workshops between 2017 and 2020, and it has 11 members, contributed more than 100 articles in the last 5 years. It says the major challenges are the dearth of equipment, lack of funds, and low expertise, among others. We shall surely get across to the experts here on how to advance nanotechnology research. Unlike many of the experts here, I'm a microbiologist. Thank you so much, Professor Latif, for that. It's also interesting to note the approach that Nigeria is taking, and also the idea that Nigeria is also still at an embryonic point in its policy development and as far as nanotechnology is concerned. I think we will find that this issue of lack of funds, I think as Prof. Mugabe mentioned, is one of the economic challenges to to nanotechnology in Africa is a common theme. I think most countries have to deal with it, and I think it brings forth a very important question as to what alternative sources of funding exist, beyond, if, for instance, our governments are hard pressed to provide that support. Are there alternative sources of funding which we could exploit, which as institutes can exploit? Perhaps I think it may be also worth looking a bit more into the triple helix model mentioned by Prof. White. So I think that perhaps maybe we can connect with him on that. Speaking of which, I just had a question of my own, which I wanted to put to Professor White. And that actually relates again to your own experience. I mean, you talked about of course, the triple helix model in Singapore. And I just wanted to understand, I mean, what, if any, were the barriers or challenges that Singapore itself experienced in developing this particular synergetic model? As you had mentioned, of course, Singapore is not a country with many resources, and so it was forced, to follow a particular trajectory. So I just wanted to understand what what challenges, as far as coming up with that particular framework, were experienced, and what lessons, from how you overcame them, we can, we can learn here, and what Africa can learn, what African countries can learn. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a very good question. You know, I painted a very positive story, right? That's my job. But there were some bumps along the way, definitely. And I just give you one anecdote to show what can go wrong. So when I first came to Singapore, I joined the second national laboratory they set up. It was called the Environmental Technology Institute. And its mandate was to work, of course, on water, but also we had major issues around solid waste, municipal waste, and so forth. And for very good intentions, but not a brilliant outcome in those early days, and this is, 20 years plus ago, Singapore said, we know we want to get technology out there. We want solutions which will help Singapore quickly. The best way to do this is not to put an academic in charge. Let's put a venture capitalist in charge. The idea being that the venture capitalist knew how to make money and get things done. But of course, venture capitalists can only work if there is something to venture with. And when I joined that institute, it literally didn't have a test tube. It was a bare shell. So they did this to try to accelerate the process. They thought, let's work close with venture capitalist people and let them, go and get the job done. But it doesn't work that way. So the broad lesson I'm trying to articulate here is that you have to be patient and you have to be consistent. So Singapore didn't, after that institute literally failed, they did not, of course, pack up their bat and ball and go home. They said, we've got to do better next time. And indeed, that's what they did. So when we talk about the triple helix, you can't leave any of it out. You've got, of course, to have the right people. And I hear continually in this discussion how it's so important to train people, and that's clear. You must have very good people who are well trained, but not trained necessarily to be academics. Very few people become professors. They have to be trained in terms of being able to generate ideas and talk to a lot of people. And I think that, it's very easy to be an ivory tower academic and do great papers. It's something else to be a researcher who can actually get out and talk to the marketplace. And I don't think the importance of that should be underestimated. So when I hear about the programs from various discussions here, getting people to have mobility, and we heard about, the great PhD work that's being done, and the PhDs are being examined overseas. Think not only about the academic side, but having internships and placements. Just for everybody's information, at NTU, the goal is that 80% of all of our undergraduates should spend some time overseas. Very difficult in COVID, but the goal has been to send 80% of our undergraduates overseas. And we don't care whether they go to a company, whether they go to a university, where they go. But it's very important to internationalize the students, to have a broad perspective, and perhaps more importantly, allow them to get experience working with different cultures, different approaches, and so forth. So first, you've got to have the right people. Then you don't try to do everything. So again, Africa is such a vast country with different priorities and so forth. But every country, every region is going to have some strength. So, my general advice is you play to the strength. You invest to get the early hits on the board, the early runs, and then you know how to do it. And when you know how to do it and you've built up some credibility with one company, other companies will come, and credibility is the most important thing. For us, we work with a lot of companies. For us, success is not making a lot of money, as I said. Success for us is having those companies come back and return and return and return and do business. So for what it's worth, that's my thoughts on this, but underlying this is patience. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. White, for that incisive answer. I think many of us, as I said, had been particularly, curious about Singapore's experience, but you've actually made it clear to us that patience and consistency, I think that speaks to something that Prof. Mugabe had mentioned, you know, that one of our challenges, policy consistency and discontinuity continue to remain one of our challenges. I think you having touched upon that, I think is a particularly apt and salient point. I think I'll just, just proceed on. I think Professor Marza had raised a hand, but I think after that, I think I'll also take Professor Halda Shaidi Swai also has a question. I think she was asking if the presentations, the previous presentations will be accessible. So I'll just, that's what she wanted to put forward, whether the slides and the presentations will be available after this. I think the session is being recorded, but perhaps I think maybe the individual slides of the presenters can be made available, I think, to the AMRS. I think they should have them. So I think we will be sure to pass them on to the presenters at the end of the policy conference. Prof. Marza, I think we can take your question or comment, and then I think after that we'll take a short break for lunch because I think we've gone over. But please go ahead, Prof. Marza.
Thank you, thank you. I would just to mention that one of the weaknesses of the system in Africa in general is the lack of entrepreneurship awareness of the postgrads or the emerging scientists. So it is necessary to include this, hopefully in the near future or very close future, in the syllabus, entrepreneurship skills at the university or even earlier, so to ensure that the fellows would be able to think about, to market an idea if possible. And in this regard, within the two platforms that we do, we stress on the diploma, we stress on the quality control overseas, because we want to market the quality of our fellows from the overseas side point of view. And therefore, we send them to overseas laboratory. Once they are done, we send them automatically to China, to New Zealand, to Australia, US, and so on, to have a training, an additional training before going back to home, or even get a postdoc experience. But within that, we try to encourage them to have entrepreneurship skills. So we embarked with the Nippon Academy to train them each year and give them courses on entrepreneurship, as well as with the other institutions such as the IUP in the UK and so on. So we are not training. I think I would like just to respond directly to Prof. White. We are not creating academics, no more. We are creating academics who are capable to translate their R&D and to create their own jobs in effect. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Prof. Marza. I think that was actually a very, very good response, and also just in addition to what Prof. White has been taking. I think, ladies and gentlemen, I think for the sake of time and just to ensure we resume, I think we should take a short break. I think perhaps we can reconvene. I believe we were initially scheduled to reconvene at 13:50, but maybe we might say if we can reconvene at 2 o'clock. I think so, a 20-minute break, and then we can possibly we'll proceed to the next section of our program. So thank you all, and we look forward to seeing you back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Pertinent R&D areas that need to be addressed.
We want to make sure that programs are being driven by priorities. You start with defining the priorities, then we build the programs, and then we fund those priorities. One of the important aspects of the African scientific prioritization is to engage with a lot of partners across the continent and globally. No one single organization can deliver on its own. We are facilitating working groups to get together. Policy briefs will then go to some of the Pan-African partners that we are working with. We are aligning our strategies with SDG targets and national targets. In terms of the Pan-African strategy, we start with the big agenda defined in the Agenda 2063 and strategic plans for science, technology, and innovation up to the year 2024, whether it is growing food or good health or good shelter. There are many levels in which we can say there will be impact.
Food security is critical to us meeting our SDG goals. The working group has determined that climate resilience is one of the critical areas of development. The majority of the African population still get their livelihoods from the agriculture sector. The impact goes beyond just putting food on the table.
Africa has a population that has the greatest genetic diversity on Earth. Genomic medicine has so much potential to improve the way we implement healthcare. Most of the genomic medicine related research has been happening through the Asia Africa Consortium. We now have an amazing research infrastructure and clinical infrastructures where you are screening, monitoring, and treating patients. The collaboration is building the infrastructure to facilitate genomics research in Africa by African researchers.
Data is an important enabler of innovation and research. The Database Specimen Governance Committee identified issues that are in need of urgent attention. We came up with corresponding recommendations to help the continent. With the ongoing pandemic, we've seen the importance of data sharing.
The AAS, beginning in March, put together a task force, a rapid response team. We had talked to approximately 1,400 different scientists on the African continent. And the question we were asking them was, if we were to conduct research and development activities on COVID-19 on the continent, what are those things that we needed to do? The way the member states have reacted to the advice that they received did quite a bit in limiting the spread of COVID-19. It is important that African scientists are able to describe priorities that are focused on Africa.
Africa is not just a recipient of scientific discoveries. Africa is a contributor.
I'm very optimistic about how we are going to move over the next 5 years.
You talk of health, you talk of agriculture, you talk of environment. It's science that basically is addressing challenges and opportunities that the countries are facing.
These priorities are the continuum that takes us from original questions to impact.
Researchers based in Africa have done an incredible job in developing breakthrough innovations, solving some of the most daunting challenges across the continent. They came up with solutions tackling local problems such as addressing mental health issues through friendship benches, developing point-of-care diagnostics for low-resource settings, or recycling previously unrecyclable plastics. Innovations are a risky affair and require long-term investments without having immediate results or impact. Most African innovations remain a prototype only or do not grow beyond the laboratory. Limited access to capital, knowledge, lack of viable markets, and absence of supportive policies are the main challenges for African innovations to scale. Grand Challenges Africa has taken the first step in facilitating network and dialogue by creating the Grand Challenges Africa Innovation Network, or GCAIN. GCAIN is a virtual network that brings together African innovators and innovation partners, such as funders, governments, incubators, and the private sector, with the aim to connect, share ideas, exchange information, and plan for successful scaling of innovations. African-led scientific innovations will not only help African countries to better achieve their targets for the Sustainable Development Goals, but will address health and other developmental challenges across the continent. The ultimate goal of GCAIN is to narrow the funding and knowledge gaps and facilitate more intra-Africa interactions and collaborations amongst innovators and innovation partners. Are you an African innovator with a brilliant idea to create a long-lasting positive impact in your community? Are you an innovation partner who is looking to support the next big idea? Join us now and create your profile. For more information, please visit gcain.africa.
And now we're speaking to Sosena Haile. Thanks for joining us, Sosena.
My pleasure.
Let's start with the obvious. JOAMI is an acronym that stands for...
Originally, it was the Joint U.S.-Africa Materials Institute, and we've renamed it to be the Joint Undertaking for an African Materials Institute. Still very U.S.-centric in terms of the African partner, and this is reflecting the fact that we've been funded primarily by the U.S. National Science Foundation.
And how did it begin? How did it start?
So back in Kenya to see where we could get started.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you all had a good lunch, albeit it was short. I think we can resume our program. I think we have our next speakers here today with us. We have, of course, Professor Admire Dube, who is a pharmaceutical scientist and associate professor of pharmaceutics at the University of the Western Capes here in Cape Town, South Africa. Professor Dube specializes, has a particular specialization in the issue of the commercialization of drugs and the systems in malaria and tuberculosis. I think his research actually focuses on the application of nanoparticles and towards the treatment of non-communicable diseases such as tuberculosis and HIV. So I think without further ado, I call upon you, Prof. Dube, if you are ready to make your presentation.
Thank you for that invitation, Shingai.
No, you're most welcome.
And thank you for all the organizers who've been involved in setting up this workshop. So today I would just like to give an overview of the nanotechnology policy, particularly in the early days as nanoscience research sort of was increasing, and some of the policies that were developed by government and how those then supported the establishment of infrastructure and research, as well as training and outputs in nanotechnology, but with a particular focus on nanomedicine. And as you highlighted, that is also our field of research, and we're also the beneficiaries of that policy and that collaboration, as a country. And my hope is that this experiences can sort of be further discussion points that we can have later, and as we talk about how the continent can enhance this nanotechnology research and move towards product development and establishment of companies in this space. Okay, so pretty much the overview, as I've highlighted, it's looking at, I think policy, as also has been highlighted earlier on, is sort of like the central key, which then assists in the establishment of the infrastructure, which will support the research and product development in nanotechnology. And then also the funding from various sources, be it from government or from the private sector. And I think even the stakeholders, such as the public, to also have a say and have outlets where they can obtain information on nanotechnology. All of that is all being centered around the policy. And also in terms of focusing the research that the country does, I think Prof. White indicated that we can't do everything. So there certainly needs to be some sort of focus, a targeted approach that certainly one can look at. And I think here, when it comes to nanomedicine, the disease space that we have in Africa becomes quite key. We do, of course, have a disproportionate burden of infectious diseases, such as your HIV and your tuberculosis. But even now, we see with the COVID that it's also a global issue of infectious diseases. But at the same time, while we have infectious diseases, we also have the non-communicable diseases, which are also increasing. So there also needs to be that balance in terms of where the research will be focused on in terms of the product development. And also human capital development, that's also quite key, and we'll just highlight some of the activities that have occurred and then some of the research outputs. A lot of what I'll talk about sort of came about through a review paper that we worked on, looking at the nanomedicine space within South Africa, tracking it from its early days in about 1991, when some of the first sort of articles came about in the diagnostics and drug delivery space, right up to about 2015 to 2016. So I think as we talk about this, it's also just important to highlight, you know, the terminology regarding the space that we are working on and talking about. And in this case, when we say nanomedicine, we are talking about the application of nanoparticles towards delivering drugs into the body. So these nanoparticles can be loaded with therapeutics, drugs, messenger RNA, you know, so that they can be delivered to the appropriate site so that you can get a therapeutic response. And as we'll see later, there are several examples of such therapeutics that have been developed based on this technology. So it does offer a number of advantages towards treatment of our patients, and can reduce the treatment duration, can extend the quality of life. And this also has socioeconomic benefits for the African population, you know, in terms of getting faster treatment and reduced cost of treatment as well. And also the other aspect of the application within nanomedicine is the diagnostic, you know, aspect of it, having more sensitive diagnostic tools, for example. But it's also quite important for us to highlight that this becomes quite a multidisciplinary field. So I've just listed some of the subject areas that are involved when one is developing a product. So I think this also becomes important when we look at collaboration, be it as a country or as a region. Certain institutions might have strengths in some of these fields of material science, or pharmaceutical sciences, or infectious disease science. So then I think if we are to map out centers, I don't want to say centers of excellence, but certainly pockets where we can find some of this expertise, then it also becomes quite important for us to think about that as we build these collaborative teams to be able to develop these products. And I've just also put this slide to also highlight that this field of nanomedicine, it's a highly innovative field. It's also been around for quite some time. This slide just highlights, firstly, the discovery of certain kinds of materials, nanomaterials, nanoparticles, and then the time to which a therapeutic based on that was then approved by the FDA, the United States Food and Drug Administration. So you'll see that from the 1800s, working with colloidal gold, and then up to 2006, then you've got certain therapeutics. And I think this also talks to the patients that was highlighted earlier, that this is, you have to be in it for the long run. It takes time to be able to develop these technologies. And I'm sure we're all quite aware of that. And I think moving on to what has happened recently, which I think has really propelled the nanomedicine field, and even has assisted the public to sort of take up this technology, is the fact that we have at least 2 of the currently approved for emergency use COVID-19 vaccines, which are based on nanoparticles. And we've got lipid nanoparticles encapsulating and delivering messenger RNA into the body. So it's protecting the messenger RNA from degradation and also enhancing its uptake into the various cells. So I think so in the previous slide, we've seen many examples of products, and even up to date, we are seeing more investment and more product development in this space. And now it's being administered globally, as we've seen with these COVID-19 vaccines. So I think we are having this discussion at the right time in terms of how can we, as a continent, leverage all of the activities and background science in nanomedicine and be able to come up with therapies which can help our people. So moving on to what sort of happened in South Africa, based on the literature searches that we've been doing. So the Department of Science and Innovation, at the time it was called the Department of Science and Technology, is sort of the mother government ministry which oversees this technology of nanotechnology. And in 2005, so that is when they developed a national nanotechnology strategy. And in this strategy, they talked about the establishment and support for nanoscience characterization centers. So obviously you can't have all the instrumentation at all the facilities that are conducting research. And here we're talking about universities, science councils, public spaces, because this is, these are public funds. So one then has to look at pockets where there's already some expertise, and then you invest further and you have characterization centers there. So for example, you have locations where you've got specialized microscopes for looking at, again, characterizing the nanoparticles. But other than that, it also talked about, the funding support for research and the support for the human resources development, which we all know are the ingredients that we would then require to be able to play in the space and be competitive and then move towards product development. So nanomedicine was also one of the focus areas in this strategy. There are other areas that obviously looked at, and then this also talks to some of the focus that we highlighted earlier. In terms of investment, within the first 3 years, there was about $12.2 million invested into, to support these areas of the characterization centers. So there needs to also be that commitment. I think someone in Angola mentioned that you need that will, political will, to be able to put the money where your mouth is. So moving on from that, there was also then a 10-year research plan. And then again, this is more the focus. So focus national research efforts in order to deliver on the goals of the national nanotechnology strategy. Among the research approaches that were highlighted in this research plan for the past 10 years, and this came out in 2010. So it's probably now due for revision now that we're in 2021. But then some of the nanomedicine research focuses that were highlighted in that plan revolved around the development of rapid, simple and user-friendly point-of-care diagnostic kits for HIV and TB. We're quite redundant with here in South Africa, especially as well as in Southern Africa. Your diabetes, biosensors for detection of glucose, and development of nanoparticles for the treatment of TB. So I think the highlight here is that we also need to have a research plan, and even some of the proposals then that the scientists, the researchers would put in should be able to talk to that research plan and how they intend to address that. Here is just now a mapping of, now we've got the National Nanotechnology Strategy and the research focus is in place. We started to see an increase in this sort of nanotechnology research at various institutions. This is not to say that before the strategy and the plan, there wasn't any nanotechnology research, but it just helps then to focus aspects and then have an umbrella theme under which this research is being conducted. And obviously it assists with being able to obtain funding. So, the research could have been called pharmaceutical drug delivery, but then once you now put it and call it nanotechnology or nanomedicine, then that assists to have it categorized and be supported accordingly. So there are a number of institutions that are involved in the nanomedicine space. This is obviously not an exhaustive list, but these are some of the main key players where you see the universities, the science councils also being involved, and there's distribution and spread across the country. And certain regions do have certain disease focus. So for example, here in the Western Cape, there's quite a lot of expertise in infectious disease research, which institutions which are involved in nanotechnology are tapping into so that they can develop nanoparticles for the treatment of HIV and TB. So one can sort of align as well with regions of expertise. And then looking at the human capital development aspect, which is quite important at a national level. In 2012, there was the establishment of the National Nanoscience Postgraduate Teaching and Training Platform. And this is delivered through a consortium of 4 universities, with the university where I come from being the hub or the center of it. And the students, the master's degree students who are enrolled into this program will then be split into 3 streams. They have a chemistry stream, a physics stream, and the nanobiomedical science stream, which is where the nanomedicine falls in. This program is still running at this point, and I'm actually the coordinator for the biomedical group of students. And as part of their training, they also have some business studies or entrepreneurial skills that we are imparting into them. We don't as yet have industrial visits, for the students per se, where they can have an attachment or a period of attachment, but we do send them to some of the science councils where some of this more applied research is occurring, so that they can be able to see that kind of environment and even do some practical work within that setup. So to a certain extent, there is some exposure for the students in terms of technologies which are further along in terms of their technology readiness and product development. But I think this is a key resource for the nation in terms of advancing nanotechnology. I'm aware that in Tanzania, Prof. Swai is also looking at something similar, to be developed, for focused training in nanoscience for students. Obviously, there's postgraduate training, which is in nanotechnology and nanomedicine, which is not under this NNPTT. So for example, a student might be in a physics department and might still work with nanomaterials. So there's obviously then much broader training of postgraduate students in nanotechnology and nanomedicine than what can only be captured under this, this platform. But I think it really focuses the students to just think about nanoscience and and how this can then be applied so that they can be entrepreneurs or can participate in research or even become full-time academics focused on this aspect. So we also had a look at some of the trends in terms of, firstly, the publication outputs that started to occur. And we could see, so this was after we conducted a PubMed search to look for publications which involve nanotechnology, and there was a South African institution. So the first one that we could pick up from PubMed was around 1991, but we saw a definite increase from the late 2000s, which sort of coincided with having the strategy in place and the research plan also in place. And I think there's more discussion around nanotechnology, more people start to get involved in that research, and we start to see more outputs. There's more outputs at the moment with respect to drug delivery than there were with diagnostic. But this picture is only up to 2015, so it could have changed quite a bit with time. But what we could pick out is that there seems to be some correlation with the introduction of the strategy and the research plan. I think, my opinion, we probably need to have more companies, but we also appreciate that this takes time. At the moment, we can have 3 examples of companies where have commercialized technologies based on nanomedicine. Mintech, for example, is producing gold nanoparticles and selling these gold nanoparticles, which can then be used for various applications. Medical Diagnostic, that's a company which is based here in Cape Town. and they're making lateral flow diagnostic kits based on nanotechnology. And what the lead person for that company is actually a graduate of that nanoscience program. We also have a nanofiber company, which is also based here, again, here in the Western Cape, which makes nanofibers for various applications, including for medical applications. So at least these are some of the examples of companies which have sort of come up over time in this space. So just to, as I sort of conclude my short presentation, I think thinking in terms of how we can have more examples of what's happening here in South Africa, right across the African continent, perhaps we, and these might have already been had as discussions earlier on, but I think should we be looking at regional policies and strategies? So for example, within SADC, or in East Africa and in West Africa, to sort of have regional policies and strategies at a regional level, other than trying to do it alone as a country. And you can only go so far, obviously, if you're alone, but I think certainly that we can all see the value of coming together and collaborating in this space. And then possibly there could be continental coordination of such a nanotechnology platform, which could be administered by the African Union with various support. I know that the African Union is now supporting local production of vaccines, which are based on messenger RNA. So some of the technology to produce the lipid nanoparticles could be also supported, perhaps to certain countries, or as part of a region which can be appointed to do that and to produce the vaccines. The European Union has a European technology platform on nanomedicine. Perhaps we also need to think about an African nanomedicine technology platform. I know Prof. Maza has also been at the forefront of coming up with such platforms. But perhaps we can think of expanding this further, having industry be part of it as well, and this, the public, and have the technology platform similar to to what's happening in Europe, which is establishing a clear and strategic vision for nanomedicine for the continent, and decreasing fragmentation or repetition of work, which might be occurring within certain countries, so that it can really be focused and we can really move towards public engagement, product development. So yeah, I think these are pretty much, and I think we can also discuss that further as part of the panel discussion. So I think on that, I will then close off my short presentation, and yeah, I hand it over back to you, Shingai. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Prof. Dube. It was very incisive as well, giving us, very good insights as to South Africa's own experience in as far as coming up with a policy, but also to get a good understanding in terms of what is actually happening in as far as the academic training, particularly at UWC, but also just giving us an overview in terms of what is actually happening in as far as nanomedicine is concerned, or the various areas of specialization across the country. So that was very good to know. And I think I have no doubt a number of our panelists here would actually want to probably discuss with you further, or broach with you further on these particular aspects as well. I think I would like to proceed to our next presenter. We have Dr. Stephen Mufamadi, and he is also a specialist in nanotechnology. He is the co-founder of the South African Nano Symposium series. He comes with a lot of experience. In fact, the South African Nano Symposium series is actually focused on conducting research on a number of communicable and non-communicable diseases, such as HIV, malaria, cancer, and tuberculosis.
I think Dr. Mufamadi is also the managing director, I think, of Savinet as well. So I think without further ado, I think I'll put the floor to you, Dr. Mufamadi. Are you available?
Yeah. I'm actually available.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe can I
welcome.
load my slide while we're introducing? Let me just try to see if I can load my.
No, please go ahead. Please go ahead. I think.
Colleagues, good afternoon. Thank you so much for Shingai for offering me this opportunity to share a bit of my knowledge and my expertise in the area of nanotechnology. Basically, this presentation it's all come from some of the expertise that I have. I've been working with the Innovation Hub for a couple of years now. We're assisting, mentoring the entrepreneurs, try to see how they can commercialize some of the work, including nanotechnology and biotechnology. And also the motivation of this talk will also come from my nanotechnology series, that symposium series that you just indicated. During this symposium, we normally used to invite industry to get involved, entrepreneurs to get involved in the seminar, with the aim of trying to see the gap and the challenge that they are going through. So basically, the whole this presentation will also come from an article which was actually published by Cambridge University Press. It was online. So some of these things are actually coming from that article. Maybe without wasting much of the time, let me just start with the presentation. My presentation is basically on highlighting some of the possible strategies that as African countries, we can look and see if they are more suitable for us or feasible for us. As our previous speaker, Prof. Dube, was indicating that there's been a couple of years that a lot of investment were done in South Africa, but as towards the end, I think he indicated that there was only 3 companies that are in South Africa that are commercialized some of these nanomaterials, which we can indicate that there's a long way for us. We definitely need to work very hard towards that part of commercialization. So like I indicate, this is just my opinion, the article that was published by Cambridge University Press. So I'm just going to indicate some of the situation. I think challenging from starting from laboratory until you get to the end user, the value chain is very long. You can really see it's not easy. You know, I always laugh with my colleagues and say, you know what, going to tech shop and then you're able to buy grandpa, which costing you to rent. How much do you think it costs from the beginning, from research until you reach to the end user? So you can really see that this is a lot of chain. We've got people working very hard. We already indicate most of this, that a lot of research is done in Africa, including particularly South Africa, and also particularly in nanomedicine in South Africa. Some work are done in clinical, preclinical, which is an animal model, and clinical trials, and towards manufacturing. These things are not easy, to be honest with you. It requires a lot of money for investment in order to find yourself in the end user product. Some of the challenges that indicated is that so many research have been done. I mean, I think it's indicated started from long way back in the early 90s. So a lot of research has been done, and only few products are in our market or in our clinics. The challenge here, I just indicate here, you can see that majority of our research, just towards the end, they just be dumped somewhere in our laboratory, in our storerooms. There's a lot of research that have been done in a storeroom, and one can really try to find out what are the challenges. Why can't we able to find this in our commercial or industry? So this value of depth definitely affecting a lot of us, particularly in Africa, because there's a very little commercialization that's happening in Africa, and particularly nanotechnology. So therefore, for me, I feel like one of the things that's very important is to try to find a way to bridge this gap, able to not just have ideas. We can't just always have ideas, and none of these ideas go to the end part of product. We need to see product. We need to see companies. Our graduates need jobs. So definitely, we need to find a way to work on this. But like previous speaker indicated, it's not always easy. We need lump sum of investment in order to achieve those. For me, I feel like if Africa as a whole continent, if we were able to commercialize our nanomaterials, we are more likely to mitigate a lot of challenge that we're facing. I mean, Africa is known for most of these challenges: poverty, disease, lack of access of clean drinking water, basic sanitation, electricity, medical facility, adequate housing, food, and climate change, and many others. So definitely and also sustainable goal. I mean, if Africa wanted to achieve some of this goal, we need to look at some of these emerging technologies, such as nanotechnology, as a way to overcome some of our challenges. Also indicating here about nanotech in medicine or nanomedicine, this one is already indicated by previous speaker that nanomedicine have a lot of advantage that we can able to see improve in terms of our diagnostic treatment, prevention of disease, including COVID, which is one of the bigger challenges right now, HIV, tuberculosis, malaria, Ebola, and many other diseases that Africa are currently facing right now. For me personally, one of the things that was very interesting, I was just angry that Africa cannot always be a waiting game. I mean, we have got a first industrial behind the scene. So I feel like Africa cannot afford to just keep waiting on this kind of game, waiting for international or European Americans to offer us something without us working very hard. I just put this slide recently because I was having some conversation with my son, which is just 12 years old. We were just talking about, I just told him that the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine, they are all made out of nanomaterials. So my son was just asking me, how is it so difficult for Africa not to be able to produce something like this? Just showing me a picture like this, indicating that the formulation of this messenger RNA vaccine is just basic. You just see messenger RNA encapsulated with some phospholipid materials and some polyethylene glycol there. So this is just some of the basic information. My son was just asking whether, is it impossible for us as African continent? I mean, the continent which have got around 54 countries and 1.2 billion population, and can't we able to achieve something like this? Yeah, so I don't know, maybe you guys during the panel discussion, you can able to advise more on that one. Like I indicated, this is just an article that was based on my opinion piece, which came from all this area of expertise and exposure that I have with some entrepreneurs, including industry. I was thinking Africa, maybe we need to find something that might be suitable for ourselves. I just list some couple of strategies that I think they might be suitable for Africa, indicating like licensing, equity investment, strategic alliance, private consortium or cluster alliance, which for me, I think licensing is something that is easy to achieve. If we were able to develop something to reaching prototypes and with IP, we might likely to achieve this kind of things where we can able to exchange the IP with some compensation where the money can be used for continuing with our research and financing some of the projects and for sustainable, because sometimes most of our research in Africa is depending on either NGO, government funding, some foundations. So somehow it's not easy to achieve some of this kind of activity and depending strictly on the government. So we need to find such kind of platform where we can able to generate money from our own research by having exchange of this IP, can able to assist in terms of our infrastructure, some laboratory equipment, maintenance, human resource development. We need more graduate, we need more expertise in these areas. So I think the money can play such a big role on that kind of development. Some universities, research science councils, they already have this kind of enterprise, where a lot of work it's done not necessarily by the scientists, because scientists are not trained to negotiate, they're not trained to sell anything, they're not hustlers, they just want to do a research, nothing more. So basically some universities in South Africa, I'm not sure about other countries, but in South Africa, a couple of universities, I'm sure including University of Western Cape, VETS, and many others, they already have this called university enterprise, where they assist scientists to be able to assist in terms of technology transfer or marketing the IP, so that scientists remaining behind the lab and work and innovate rather than spending time negotiating and able to sell anything. And yeah, so it's very important to have something like that. I also talk about equity investment. I think equity investment for me, I was just referring to the fact that if we can have IP or patent, it will be easy for us to have some spin-off company coming out from our university or research institutions or counselors or any, all those kind of areas, with the aim that the advantages of the university already have the infrastructures. You know, it's for entrepreneur to start their own, this or his or her own company on nanotech. It's not easy, because you can imagine having to fundraise money to buy your own electron microscopy, which you could cost up to around 10 million. Some of these machines are very expensive, so it's not easy for any entrepreneur to come out from university and start his own company. So with this kind of a strategy, I believe it can play a role in terms of getting the infrastructure ready for you, and the university can incubate such kind of projects, and also can assist with technical assistance, legally and financial services. So can play a big role in those areas where the university can give a lot of support, which is not easy to find it out there. So including, I feel like this kind of platform or this kind of strategy will definitely play a big role in terms of a job creation in nanoscience, because there are no jobs out there. To be honest with you, most of our graduates that Prof. Dube already indicate, they're graduating from these nanoscience programs. Some of them, they're no longer working in nanotechnology. Some of them, they're just in call center. So definitely it's very important for us to find a platform, a strategy that will work and able to create jobs for these graduates. Another one, the strategic strategic alliance. I personally feel also like it's very important to make sure that we can able to bring the investor, big companies, private companies, including government departments, we'll bring them together and we form such kind of strategic alliance, which the partnership sometimes can be motivated with many other things, including the applications, marketing and manufacturing capability, because it's not easy to manufacture this, to start manufacturing facility. It's not easy. You need a lot of money, a lot of investment. The issue of capitals. If you don't have capital, it'll be difficult for you to able to putting all this together alone. So those are some of the things that I think are very important. Also, I think one of the other biggest challenge that I personally have noticed for the past 5 years or so is that the majority of the technology that we design, they are not necessarily suitable for a customer, or they are not market need. They are not necessarily what people are seeking. So maybe we need to find a way to design technology which we already know if there's a market, because most of us, particularly scientists, we always assume that there is a market there. Someone wants something like this. We don't even do a market research. We don't even do anything. So we just assume that there are a lot of people who really want stuff like this. And also we need to find this kind of platform where where the investor can assist in terms of telling us what they really want, because sometimes we design something hoping that the investor will be interested, without knowing that the investor might not necessarily, although there's innovation on a project as such, but the investor might not necessarily find the interest on the project, maybe because the project is costly, because at the end of the day, the investor is not necessarily interested in the technology. He's also interested on the returns. So maybe we need to introduce this investor in early days of our projects. Another one, strategic alliance. Again, I believe like a big firm can partner with a small firm. I mean, we see this also in international, where we see BioNTech and Pfizer collaboration. I mean, looking at this BioNTech company, which was just a small company, which is a company that was a startup company from husband and wife. They just started this company, and now within few months, they're already on top of for achieving big things like COVID vaccines. So definitely we need some kind of collaboration between startup companies or SMEs with a big industry or a big firm as such, because those big industry, they are players, in every day. That's what they do. They work towards looking at where to find funding. They know how to deal with the issue of regulations. They already have a clinical trial set up, there's strategies, and they already know how to do the marketing. So definitely we really need this kind of partnership. Africa to Africa Alliance, I think Africa to Africa Alliance is very important also, because I think Prof. Dube also indicate on that one that some of the region in Africa, or some areas in Africa, or countries as such, they're already good in terms of synthesizing materials. Some they're very good in terms of manufacturing. They already have manufacturing facilities. So maybe this kind of Africa Alliance would be very important. I think when looking at this Africa to Africa Alliance, it reminds me a certain project that I was recently involved, where we're looking at the issue of smart villages, where we're looking at what really happened in Africa. Majority of African business, you will find that Makelwan is selling, a person next door is selling the same thing, selling banana, the next one is selling banana. So maybe we need to find a kind of a strategy where banana would be in a certain area and avocado would be in other areas, and both two, they can exchange business, and someone will buy from the other one. So I think there's something that we also need in Africa, whereby African to African countries, they can look at the issue of collaboration or joint venture in order to have some economic benefit from this technology. Cluster also is very important for cluster or consortium, because when you have got consortium, you can able to centralize the resources, because it's not easy to just have having like South Africa, we've got like 9 provinces. Imagine if every province is looking for electron microscopy, so the investment will be very high. But if we can able to centralize some of these things, particularly in a business perspective, we might likely to see some kind of easy to achieve, because we can have our own African Silicon Valley. I think Rwanda is doing something like that, but we can have our own Silicon Valley that is specific focus on nanotechnology. Some bottleneck that we have in Africa, we lack long-term, there's a lacking of long-term investment, but I think the COVID is no longer about lack of long-term investment. It's just lack of completely no investment of R&D. There's no longer investment. I think politicians, they are putting money in other areas, no longer interested on R&D as such, but we really need this long-term investment. Lack of standards or measurement in Africa, we still don't have standards in nanotechnology. So we really need to start pulling together, work together in terms of putting the standards that will be suitable, probably for Africa, I'm not sure. Regulation, health, safety issue, health and safety issue. These are also some areas which are very important. Our startup company that we were just indicating, some of the startup company, they facing a lot of challenge when it comes to issue of producing large quantity. They can produce few things. We are, majority of our African research that's just in the in the test tube, nothing more. So for producing such a big, large quantity, we still need a lot of this facility or manufacturing or scaling up facility, so that we can able to produce high quantity that we can able to be able to fit commercial need out there. Policy, we need policy in terms of technical transfer from university to startup. So some kind of policy so that we can forge these kind of things that university should be able to have a startup company or spin-off company that coming out from the nanotech research. And lacking of public support, we need to make sure our public awareness is increased so that public might get interest on what we're doing. I think other thing that solution that we need as Africa, we need to adopt the following. I feel like because the ISO already have the standards, myself, I'm part of this ISO, but part of SABS standards, that a couple of standards that we're working on. I've just noticed that it's only in ISO standards, only South Africa. I've never seen anyone from any African country. So I think this is something that as a continent, we need to start looking at, find representatives that will join and able to give us the guidance towards these kind of things. And we can adopt this FDA approval. I think with the recent having Pfizer vaccine in South Africa. We all know Pfizer, it's messenger RNA, which incorporates with nanomaterials. So it's somehow I believe that is SAPRA, which is South African Regulation Authority. They might already have some regulation framework around the nanotechnology. So maybe we need to look at that. Other countries, some of these things that we see, we've got Public Certificate Authority. Some countries like Malaysia and Taiwan already have some kind of some verification, some kind of certificate authorized. South Africa, we do have this as SABS, but not specific for nano. Maybe to also to enhance this in Africa, we need to have something like this where we can able to showcase people that these are approved and these are nanomaterials and they've tested. Otherwise, people have a lot of doubts, including this vaccine. A lot of people are saying they're worrying about toxicity and long-time side effect. So it's very important. Domestic and international investor, we really need this. I think one of the things that was very interesting, that's why I highlighted domestic investment. I think in Africa, somehow we're doing a lot of research, but somehow we're failing to attract our local investors. So our local investors have got doubt in what we do. So maybe we need to fine-tune how to make sure we attract a lot of investors from local investors, because there's a lot of benefit in nanotechnology, not only in medicine, but it can play a role in other areas that are indicated in the beginning. So we definitely need to find that collaboration is always essential, that we need to have collaboration. Otherwise, we cannot, it will take longer for us to win this. We need community also get involved. Sometimes people, we're only thinking it's an issue of policymaker and entrepreneur and investor. Sometimes we need community because these are the end user. We need to start to attract them early so that they can get familiar with what we're doing. I also believe that if we can have like a AU to involve in other NEPAT or all these other organizations that are controlled for finance and funding to get involved early, I think it will be very critical for success in such of nano-enabled technologies. I was very happy to hear that within the South African National Nanoscience programs, they are now already started to cultivate that entrepreneurial mindset. I think it's very important that we must train our researchers to understand from the beginning of the research that whatever you're doing, you can commercialize, and you just need to understand, have a mindset of entrepreneur, because entrepreneur is not only about taking project out, it's also about learning to negotiate, sourcing funding, and all these other things. I think we need to cultivate those kind of attitude or mindset to our graduates, particularly masters and PhDs. I think it's very important too, because otherwise we will remain lacking or seeking for jobs because there are no jobs out there, like already indicated. Finally, I also believe that in Africa, maybe we need some kind of African nanotech business initiative that will facilitate the business strategies and able to attract the investors and able to increase awareness. And I think that's what I personally also think. Maybe it's time for Africa to start thinking along those lines, where we have got some kind of entity or initiative that will facilitate business activity in nanotechnology in Africa. Finally, like I already indicated, this was just coming from my opinion piece, which was published by Cambridge University Press online. You can find the material relating. Finally, I will end by saying this is just a statement by Nelson Mandela that says it is in our hands to create a better world, but I believe a better Africa for all that who live in it. So I think I'll end my presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mufamadi, for that wonderful presentation.
I think it was very comprehensive. We've gotten, a good understanding or clear understanding in regards to the landscape, not only in South Africa, but also in terms of the intricacies involved from taking, a concept, and as far as commercializing nano from, obviously from the lab to the market. We've also gotten a bit of an understanding in terms of the various avenues available, from licensing to joint ventures and that sort of thing, which you mentioned. But again, also, I think you impressed upon us the importance, I think, of the role that business has to play, and how, for instance, it should be an integral part of our broader conversations around issues of employment, particularly of the youth. Because again, essentially, if this is going to be the engine of our economies tomorrow, we must start dealing with those pressing issues now. So thank you for that. I think what I'll do now is I'll be handing over to my colleague, Professor Dixon Andala, who will be taking over as moderator. I think he will introduce the panelists that follow, and he will moderate the sessions that will, I think, all I'll say is that I think the tomorrow's sessions will begin at 11 as opposed to 10:30. But I think Professor Andala will reiterate that point and provide more clarity around that. So thank you all, and I hand it over to Professor Andala.
Thank you, Dr. Chingai. Thank you, Dr. Mfumadi, for the nice talk. So the next session is on panel discussion. And on the panel discussion, we've got 4 speakers. Of course, the first one is Professor Joy Chifamba. I don't know if he's in the... Yes, I can see you. I don't have a brief bio about yourself, but I see you come from University of Zimbabwe. I'd like to welcome you in and probably do you justice by briefly introducing yourself, your background, so that the participants and the panelists get to know you better. Thank you. Welcome, Prof. Chifamba.
With University of Zimbabwe, College of Health Sciences. I have done research, or maybe our research is mostly based on working on neglected tropical diseases in the region and beyond. And we are trying to do nanotechnology innovations to try and alleviate these competitions. And I work with some of the colleagues that have presented before, like so unfortunately, I didn't share my bio in detail before, but perhaps I can just proceed on, just share a few slides on what I'm going to do. Let me perhaps just try and share my screen.
So Michael, one who can't get his sound. I'm not sure if your sound is out. Prof. Chifamba, maybe your internet, we are not getting you clearly. Can you try and see what the problem is? But your slides are well loaded so that you can continue. Maybe your network. Just check, then please proceed.
I think he needs to get close to his mic.
Can you see my slides?
Yes,
Hello?
you can see your slide, but get closer to the mic or speak closer to the yes. Yeah. Now it's better. Now it's better.
Now you can hear me now. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, clearly, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Like I said, our research mostly focuses on neglected tropical conditions. And I think my colleague, Prof. Maponga, probably is going to talk more about exactly the policy issues in Zimbabwe. But our work is perhaps a testimony of one of the results from the 2012 Zimbabwe Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy, which was put in place. One of the 5 pillars of that policy is nanotechnology. So we are beneficiaries of that policy, which was put together in 2012. And we have tried to spearhead research on basically things that are pertinent to the Zimbabwe scenario from that. So we got funding. One of the thrusts or one of the pillars from the policy is that there's funding for nanotechnology-based research. So we managed to get a bit of funding to start this research. So maybe I could just explain a bit what these neglected tropical diseases are. You'd notice that apart from the non-communicable diseases that most of the people are researching on, and also the big 3, that is HIV, AIDS, TB, and malaria, they are chronic and debilitating diseases that affect the poorest people in low-income settings. Most people in resource settings that are poor are affected by these. They include things like helminthic infections, which is conditions like ringworms, tapeworms, trachoma, rabies, and all such other diseases. And these conditions affect people that are living in the bottom billion. They are conditions that are related to income settings. They are related to the way that people live. If people live in poverty conditions, if people do not have access to clean drinking water, if people do not have access to certain infrastructures, they are prone to having these conditions. They affect over 1.5 billion people in the world, and the average Zimbabwean worries more about these diseases than they worry about diabetes, or they worry about cancer, because they really affect the people in these resource settings. So they were deliberately left out by the WHO in the adoption of the MDGs, because MDGs, like MDG 6, it specifically spelled out that there was going to be resource priority towards infections like HIV and TB and malaria. But that excluded the majority of the diseases that affect people that live in low resource settings. So you find that one of the biggest issues that you also have with them is that we live in environments where one's physical labor is more important than technology. People use their hands, people use their legs, people use their bodies to create wealth, to create food for their families. And because of that now, and whoever is affected by these conditions is not part of the economic cycle, is not part of the economy. And the other issue that you find with those is people are affected simultaneously by 5 to 6 or 7 diseases at the same time. For example, a person can have ringworms, they can also have bilharzia, they can also be albinistic at the same time. So you find they affect people and they are co-endemic as it were. So some of the conditions, they cause blindness, they cause disabilities, and they cause deformities, and they maim those that are affected by these conditions. So at the University of Zimbabwe, we have an integrated intervention to the management of these entities. And this integration, or this management process that we do, has been facilitated by the second policy that I explained before. The intervention rationale that we have is that since these conditions are frequently co-endemic in tropical Africa, and what I'm trying to say is if one person gets one disease, they are likely to get the next and the next and the next. So if these conditions are co-endemic, condition can manage more than one condition. So our focus is on managing these conditions through the skin. Because you find that 18 of the 20 neglected tropical conditions are in a way related in some way mostly on albinism. We focus on ringworms, tapeworms, and all kinds of worms. And through the existing infrastructure of rural healthcare workers, we have managed to roll out, or in a way commercialize, the product that we have made through the ICF fund. So through the ICF fund, we got funding which enabled us to develop products, but our products are mostly based on various nanotechnologies. What we have done is we have taken indigenous knowledge systems on remedies that have always existed, and we have tried to improve those remedies using various nanotechnologies. We have tried to put elements of targeted drug delivery, elements of triggered mechanisms to make sure that we put value addition to the current or to the existing herbal remedies that we have. We have had a collaborative effort as well through our policy, through the Zimbabwe National Nanotechnology Center, and we have had collaborative efforts with people from outside Zimbabwe who have actually provided funding for our researches. And what the government of Zimbabwe did through the policy is they created centers of excellence in universities. So our university, the University of Zimbabwe, was chosen as a center which should spearhead research in nanomedicine. So we've got other centers like another university, what is more about water treatments, another one what is more about water treatment using nanotechnologies, another one what is about energy resources using nanotechnologies as well. So through that, we are trying to share resources. We are trying to set up a center that where we can have equipment in place, where we can have shared resources in terms of the infrastructure for carrying out these researches. But what we basically are trying to do is that we have done researches not just in the lab, but we have gone on to commercialize the researches as well. The policy that was put in place in 2012 also set up a body that they call the Innovation for Commercialization Fund, whereby they would identify researches that are based on nanotechnologies mostly that can be commercialized. And they offer assistance in things like intellectual property registrations, things like looking for people who can assist in the commercialization process. So one of the products that we actually did was that we actually developed what would really refer to as a pioneering actinic damage treatment for people that are living with albinism. And that we used various nanotechnologies to create a treatment that is already commercially available, that has been commercialized through the ICF fund, and that was born out of this policy that was put in 2012. But like all new technologies, I think we stand to benefit as well from more collaborations. We stand to benefit from it, because what you find is almost these conditions that I talked about affect much of tropical Africa. That's why they're called neglected tropical diseases, because it's about 20 diseases deliberately left out in terms of resource prioritization, deliberately left out in terms of funding by most research centers, by even the WHO itself. So we are trying to make sure that we prioritize conditions that are really pertinent to the region as it were. Yes, we know there are dazzling formulations that have been developed for cancer. There are amazing formulations that have been done for heart conditions and cardiovascular conditions, but most of those are not really relevant per se to the average African in the street, because the guy worries more about the purity of the water. He worries more about his physical condition, that he can go and work in his field. He worries more about his sight, that he stays with vision, that he can work more. So this is exactly where we want to take the nanotechnology initiative to. And it is really a welcome development that also the setup from where we came from, or the government of Zimbabwe, recognizes that effort that we try to do, that we are trying to develop solutions for our own problems. And we are not just trying to ride on the current or maybe the new wave of researches on the existing conditions or on things that are happening in the world, but we are also trying to take a look closer to home and say, what is pertinent to the people that from the communities that we are coming from. And in terms of our integrated approach, what we've done is we have provided sustainable formulations based on local resources. We have done lots of formulations which we have coupled with nanotechnologies and things to make sure that we get affordable medications to people. We are also trying to reduce transmission. We are also trying to reduce delays, because what we've done is we've also developed a framework, a tool whereby we can diagnose a number of NTDs in communities. And we have reduced actually associated morbidity of these conditions. And we are trying to promote health for people that are living in impoverished conditions and to improve treatment outcomes as well. But all this was made possible because of nanotechnology research organization that was done through the second Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy of Zimbabwe. And it's an award system. Those who have done good researches which are nanotechnology based are rewarded by getting funding through the ICF. I thought maybe I would just give this brief example of or a brief testimony of what we have done using an existing policy. It's not a perfect policy. There is a lot of areas that have to be looked at. The funding issues have to be looked at, and also given the current situation in our country, the number of people who are looking for collaborative efforts is also slightly gone down, because I think my colleague Prof. Maponga is in a better position to talk more about the policy itself and the implementations of the policies and the challenges that the policies will face and how they've tried to make the nanotechnology initiative alive in Zimbabwe. I think that's all that I wanted to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Chifamba, for your inputs, and of course, your talk on technology uptake in Zimbabwe, the challenges, opportunities, and the impact so far. So we welcome our next panelist, and our next panelist, I hope, is already logged in.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Professor Maponga from University of Zimbabwe, please. I don't have your brief bio, but do justice. Introduce yourself briefly, then give your talk briefly.
Can you confirm that you can hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Thank you so much. And I don't have slides, but I would like to just follow up on my colleague, Dr. Chifamba, but also glad to have listened to Dr. Mfamaji's presentation that actually was very comprehensive in discussing the importance of engaging policy in ensuring that nanotechnology can advance as swiftly as possible. Dr. Chifamba's presentation, I think, discussed well about neglected tropical diseases, because as we know, neglected tropical diseases tend to have the problem of no sponsors to sponsor development of medication in that area. So for that reason, governments need to chip in and provide the necessary resources to ensure that research is done in that area. So that's really a good example to demonstrate the need for nanotechnology to engage with government. So the thrust of my presentation is only one, just to point out that when we are talking about engaging policy, particularly at government level, we need to be sure that it is not just a matter of engaging government once. It has to be a continuous process of engagement. Why? Because government's lifespans, they go in 5-year cycles, depending on the country. But as we know, these 5-year cycles, when we have governments changing, could actually result in policy changes that are quite fundamental. So you might have in one situation where the leadership understands what nanotechnology is all about, and then you don't have to explain to them, they will prioritize that automatically and it is carried through. But then you can have a situation where the policy changes and the thrusts are shifted in a different direction. So while you saw in our situation that I think that Dr. Chifamba mentioned about second science and technology policy, that was for a specific period. But to then say, was that maintained in the policies to continue up to today, you will probably see there was a gap there. So what I'm just saying is the scientific community, in as much as we want to focus on the work that we do in our labs, we must also understand that there is need for us to engage with policy on a continuous basis. Otherwise, you will have, due to policy inconsistencies, you will have a situation where at one point there's good emphasis on the need for us to have progressive policies for nanotechnology, but then get into a situation where on another cycle, there might not be that much emphasis, and therefore there might be less resources. So I think I just want to end there by encouraging us to say we need to continue to have a continuous engagement with policy if we are going to ensure that nanotechnology is prioritized and is budgeted for from the fiscus. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Maponga, for the insight, and build on what Prof. Chifamba shared initially. So we have final panelist, Dr. Busiswa from the Agricultural Research Council. She will give her remarks, then we open up for question and answers. Dr. Busiswa, if I got your name right. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Busiswa Ndaba from the Agricultural Research Council in Pretoria, here in South Africa. So first and foremost, let me thank the organizers as well as the Agricultural Research Council for giving me the platform to partake in this forum. It is indeed an honor for me to share this platform with such established researchers in nanotechnology, and it gives hope to other early career researchers, especially women researchers like myself. So special greetings as well to my fellow colleagues who are also part of this session, as well as my external collaborators and mentors. So at the ARC, we conduct research with partners that aims at developing human capital. It also aims at fostering innovation as well as supporting and developing the agricultural sector as a whole. So we also act as one of the advisory councils to the Department of Agriculture. The work that we do specifically in our Institute for Soil, Climate and Water is aimed at improving crop production, ensuring food security by improving our agricultural soils through research. So now this is where nanotechnology merges with agriculture. We are currently investigating various nanomaterials for their efficacy in crop production, as well as quality. So this is done through precision farming while sustaining our soils. As we all know that nanomaterials previously or traditionally, they are produced using a lot of different chemicals. So we are trying to look at green chemistry approaches that make use of plants to produce these nanomaterials so that these nanomaterials can be further used as nanofertilizers in the agricultural sector. So we work closely with colleagues from the University of South Africa as well as NRF in Temba Labs, one of them being Prof. Malik Maza, who's also part of this session. So the project that we're working on is currently funded by L'Oreal UNESCO for Women in Science, as well as NRF Tutuka. So we are also involved in research that looks at enhancing bioenergy production through the use of these nanomaterials. So my question or the comments would be specifically directed to the policymakers or people who are actually involved in drafting such policies. In terms of nanofertilizers, in our case as an agricultural sector, what actions are actually taken to adopt these nanofertilizers as part of policies in Africa? So another concern, as Prof. Gila mentioned, would be on the safety of these nanomaterials. As you all know that when we present at conferences, that's always the first question, how safe are these nanomaterials? In our case, that would be nanofertilizers. So in our research, we try to also integrate the safety aspect of using these nanofertilizers as, using these nanomaterials as nanofertilizers to also look at the impact of their application after we apply them in soil. What is the impact in the biodiversity of the soil? So we also need to understand in terms of the point by Prof. Chifamba, sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, in terms of commercialization. Well, I think that was actually a point by our first speaker who did the talk on lab to market scale. So we also need to understand that as researchers, it is very much difficult. It's not an easy approach for us to focus on research and also the commercialization aspect. Hence, we would actually need partners who would forge collaboration with us to actually advance the commercialization aspect. So we need to understand that to get to the commercialization stage, we need some sort of proof of concept from the lab. We also have to have some sort of a pilot scale to actually convince the consumers as well as the target market. And also we need set regulations with regards to policy of the different product developments. So moving forward, overall, my comment would just be that we need to find strategies that work very well for Africa by looking at where we are as a continent in terms of our economy. So that would be all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ndaba, and we appreciate your contributions. It's time now we welcome participants to engage the panelists and the other two speakers on a Q&A session. And I'm told that the next speaker has given apologies, so we have got some time to ventilate or to discuss the Q&A. So we've got the Q&A panel. You can post your questions there, or alternatively, if you need to so speak, I can be able to give you permission. Thank you. You can pick either of the panelists or alternatively the two speakers and direct your questions. So we are ready for your questions. I can't see any hand up, but on
yeah, maybe you can also check the outstanding questions from the QA that are still pending.
The Q&A I can see two, but I don't know on my side. I can only see, but those are already answered.
I think there's the last one on enhancement of micro level and grassroots.
Is it directed to who in particular? Or is just an open-ended? They can be able to respond to that.
Yeah, it looks like it was the outstanding from the previous session.
It is an incomplete kind of a question, I think. I don't know where the other session or the other part of the question is. Maybe, Fasil, if you are still in the room, you can clarify on your question because it's not clear on my end. Fasil?
Dickon, I believe that question had actually been answered partially by Prof. Maza. I think the full question actually had to do with the, the conundrum to do with nanotechnology, the idea that it is a technology that is in desperate demand and that is actually essential to our developmental initiative, but the idea that it's capital intensive. So how do we proceed to deal with it? And I think the question you also asked is how can we deploy nanotechnology? I think towards the resolution, I think of our key developmental challenges, the spectrum of the question. Prof. Mars, I think had answered it partially there, but I think if he's still there, he can proceed and ask it. He can ask further.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
It's Fasil Tekelesi. That one.
Yeah, it's still
yes.
Yeah, I'm just enabling to talk.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Please go ahead, Fasil.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, Professor Maza has partially answered my question. One thing I just want to highlight there is, the inherent behavior of nanotechnology or nanoscience is heavily rely on advanced technologies. And as we all know, we live in poor economies, and research and development is a least priority for most African countries. But at the same time, we recognize that this nanotechnology or STI in general give us, a unique opportunity for us to leapfrog and achieve, or bridge that socioeconomic and digital divide. How can we? My question there specifically is, how can we, craft a statement or a kind of small, in layman words, that can be used by politicians or by other decision makers to understand the value of this science or nanotechnology to spur our socioeconomic development and directly relate into poverty reduction. That is one part of my question. So how it is directly related to poverty reduction or economic development. And the other part of my question was, there are many graduates. I think it was raised by one of the doctors or professors in his earlier presentation, but they are graduates, but after being graduated, there are little opportunities for them to practice. So how can you make it more of a cultural thing, which you start even from primary or secondary school and go into at grassroots levels? Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you. Faisal, we can have probably Prof. Dube, Dr. Mfamadi respond respectively to those concerns as we wait for more questions. Then we can take it over to the panelists.
Yeah, if I could just say something without overly simplifying, I think it's a complex issue which you're raising regarding the cost of investment and other priorities that the governments might have. But I wonder whether this is an opportunity for thinking as a region. I think we have these, for example, these African Institutes of Science and Technology, which have funding from various sources and are at a region supported to, to have some of this equipment, or it could even be, the various regions creating, these scientific institutes which can then propel the technology further. But I appreciate that it's a complex issue, and we don't have the answer, but I think perhaps one could start thinking in that direction. And obviously we have guidance from the African Union that we can also look at. And I think regarding your last comment, it's always an issue about where do our graduates go. But I think having success stories, which the young people can see from early on, will certainly assist in terms of them thinking that I can also be an entrepreneur, I can also develop a drug, and I can also, do this kind of work. And certainly introducing STEM subjects at primary and high school levels, and really, I think having role models could certainly play a part. I think Prof. Mapunga could also even talk a little bit more about STEM and some of the activities that are happening in Zimbabwe. But certainly, I think that's how I would say it. So those would be my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Dube. Maybe briefly, Dr. Mufumadi, then we wrap it up because the next speaker is ready to start us off.
Okay, no problem. I think Prof. Dube will just cover all the questions. I wanted to sort of like aid in the issue of maybe taking back to our high schools, primary school, and stuff like those. I think maybe if we can able to look at what the model that I think Egypt, they already established such kind of undergrad, and I think it's only within that region where there's only undergrad where they introduce nanotechnology. I think we need to start to introducing from undergrad before we can even thinking about taking to high school. But yeah, but all in all, we just need investment. We need to have better investments towards this technology because it requires a lot of money. So yeah, Prof. Dube just answered most of the thing that I wanted to say, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Any additions from the panelists before I close the session?
There's Prof. Maza there.
Okay, Prof. Maza.
Thank you. I was just to stress on the fact that we need really to introduce entrepreneurship in the academic syllabus, especially at the university level. It's really a must. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Maza. So I take this opportunity to thank the three panelists and the two speakers, that is Prof. Admired Dube and Dr. Mfamadi, for gracing this occasion. And of course, we would like to, because of time constraints, we'd like to have Prof. Mihail Rosho talk to us because of the time differences we have between the US and Africa. So it is my pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker. And I'll not go through the entire profile, but I'll pick the notables. One, he is the founding chair of the US National Science and Technology Council, the subcommittee on nanoscale science, engineering, and technology. Among the key awards he's received, the one I like most here, he received an award on Best of Small Tech Awards, which is being a leader of American nanotechnology, American Nanotech Revolution. And the other award that I'm also very keen on pointing out, he received the Semiconductor Research Association Award for nanoelectronics, and the China Nano Award. And lastly, he also received an award in the International Union of Materials Research Societies, being Global Leadership and Service Award by the European Union. It's my pleasure to welcome Prof. Rosho. I hope you can be able to load your slides, and please kindly give your talk. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind introduction. I will try to share the screen first. Oh. Okay. All right, I think that I am on the way. Sorry, I don't know what, 1 second. 1 second, I will try again.
Yeah, thank you. Take your time.
Okay.
It was there, then it
will work. Can you see the slides?
Not yet, but maybe you can go to view some sort of. It was there initially. Then this create edit came in. I think.
Well, I stop sharing. I will start again.
Yes, please. That'll be better.
Okay. And I will do again. All right. Now, do you see now? Can you see?
Yes, we can see.
Good. 1 moment. Great. Well, again, thank you for the invitation to address this event. I was in Johannesburg, in fact, in 2019, organizing a workshop. And the first time I was in South Africa, in fact, in 1996. And I was also in Pretoria and Johannesburg then. So I am happy to meet again the African community interested in sustainable nanotechnology. I like to, from the beginning, to tell that when we speak about nanotechnology, in fact, we speak not only about the frontier of nanoscience and nano engineering itself, but also that these are an entrance enabling capability to emerging technologies such as semiconductors, artificial intelligence systems, quantum systems, synthetic biology, and others. That means nano is a foundation for this new integrated science and technology system in the world. My presentation, I will try, first of all, to give a kind of long view of establishing nanotechnology. What means is in 2000, we have just fragmented domains in physics, in bio and electronics, and way more curiosity driven. And by 2040, we expect to be fully integrated nano in all economical activities where matter and energy are involved. Then I will present a brief comparison of the outcomes from different countries and several trends in this moment in the evolution of nano. That means, first of all, the context. The importance of nano has increased once we have redefined it from contribution in different fields to a unified and transforming definition that has a vision, collective vision. That means it's a systematic control of matter of nanoscale applied in any domain of matter, biology, energy. And the purpose is to create things that were not possible before. So nanotechnology is a foundational general purpose field and has become, at the beginning of 2000, a global science initiative where similar ideas, similar groups developed around the world. Today, nanotechnology continue to grow, and I will highlight that there are many spin-off areas, such as recently is quantum systems and computing, but it's synthetic biology, metamaterials, and many other fields. And nanotechnology promises to become a primary science and technology platform for investments once the methods are established and are available. And what I mean by this, at this moment, you need few years from an idea to develop a product and to develop a concept, clear concept. Once we have the manufacturing method available, the methods of computation, simulation, and other tools available, this can be done in very short term as compared to what we do today. And nanotechnology will become more widely applied. So nanotechnology is at the core, as I told, of the new science and technology system, which is based on 5 basic elements from where anything originates for these new emerging technologies. One is atom and qubits. That means qubits when you have a fluctuation attached to the matter. Genes for bits of information, neurons, and logic steps. And from this, basically, we have 5 core converging fields: nanoscale science and technology, bio science and technology, information, cognitive, and artificial intelligence systems. That means I choose this interval because, as I mentioned at the beginning, 2000 is a time of introduction of nanotechnology, not only in science and engineering, but also in economy. That means we see that means being a foundational field needs long time to change the foundation of many disciplines and at the nanoscience itself and to make connection to other fields. I see four main steps in establishing nanotechnology. That means, first of all, is a so-called convergence, knowledge from disciplines, from materials, from tools, etc., to a so-called systematic control of matter nanoscale and ability to assemble parts to form new platforms and new products. Once this new basic platform, we start to create, for instance, nanoparticles from old periodic table. This was the first step. We will have a divergence or outgrowth in many other fields, new system architectures, new capabilities, new application sectors, new expertise. That means it's this phase, a divergence that includes innovation and spin-off and diffusion in the economy. We have reports, in fact, for each of these phases that we prepared. It's interesting. This way prepared typically with input from international community. We have input from each of these about 30 to 40 countries, in fact, when we wrote. And first was also called Nanotechnology Research Direction for 10 years ahead. That is on the left. We call this Nano 1. Thereafter, we have Nanotechnology Research Direction for Societal Needs in 2020. We look for 10 years interval. And now we have this for nanobio convergence for knowledge society and looking for convergence of technologies and diffusion in society. It's interesting that about 80 countries use this in their government or group strategic plans, and all of these reports are available, in fact, on the web, certainly free of charge. That means systematic. One moment, I have something with. Okay. I have a problem with my slide. Okay. I think I clean up. Okay. That means these four phases that I mentioned is a schematic in a simplified way. That means we have this building, understanding the basic phenomena and building components from nanoparticles to nanotubes to sheets. This was a frontier in the first 10 years. Thereafter, we move basically to system integration. We try to build sensors, we build self-assembled materials and other devices. And now we are basically in a phase that we move more on a technology divergence. That means these components are used in different fields, create new platforms. And after 10 years, I think the focus will be in diffusion in economy to have economical application of all of them. On the right are so-called the nano product, the I identify about 8 steps. One was initially passive nanostructure like nanoparticle ceramics, active nanostructures like drug delivery, system and nanosystem like system of sensor, molecular nanosystem like biotissue. Thereafter, we start to build now, basically, we use artificial intelligence to design chips and to use bio components. That means we integrate these 5 areas. And more this will be available to societies through networks and typical solutions that can be used will be readily available. In US, we apply, in fact, basically these 4 phases, and we continue. And based on interest, we have 33 agencies that show the areas of interest of nanotechnology, in fact, is from certainly NSF to Food and Drug Administration, from EPA, Department of Energy, NIST standards, NIH, etc. And in fact, this is continuing. We have now the new presidential budget supplement for 2002 in preparation. If you are interested how was organized the governance, I have 2 papers. One shows 5 principles of governance, basically, was to be visionary, transformative, responsible, inclusive, and convergent. And in these 2 papers, you find the principle how we applied, and with some statistics and specific data. That means one is long view of nanotechnology development at 10 years. Another is a new world of discovery using convergence. Several trends that I see now, just as example, one is that all nanostructures start to be larger in dimensions with more information content. And I give an example how we build now using artificial intelligence, the chips. You know, the chips used to be were semiconductors, simple. Now it's staggered in 3 dimensions, both logic and memory components. And this is an example from Stanford, where all components, in fact, are carbon nanotubes, and build a system in 3 dimensions. And it's interesting that to do this is you have millions of components, and to do this effectively, you have to use artificial intelligence. You cannot do by hand, like using a software alone. And this is a major change, probably. Another example of trend is that we like to exploit the probabilistic behavior as a nanoscale. For instance, all nanoscale have a fluctuation, and the best is, you know, people know fluctuation when we speak about quantum, but the other fluctuation, for instance, are stochastic magnets. And this could be used to build a computer similar to quantum computing, but not exactly the same performance, but this is feasible and is under control. And this was developed, in fact, the first concept in 2017, and now one can address problems that people thought that are possible only with quantum computing, with such kind of probabilistic stochastic magnets. Another interesting evolution is that more and more we can build bio and neural system from single atom, like to visualize and understand and eventually treat. This is an example of a visualization of the brain in 3 dimensions as a nanoscale. And so you see all the connection on the left, it's 4 by 4 or 30 nanometer domain. And these are different neurons, different blood vessel that you see. And so one can build a bigger picture, the whole architecture of the brain. And this is a major, I think, achievement. But this is just one example how in biology we move from controlling nanoscale to get to larger scale. Another trend is more and more we use nanobio technology. And there are several examples. For instance, 2 Nobel Prize winners. One was evolution of enzymes, how to control the evolution of enzymes to create better catalysts and other chemicals. And other was on CRISPR, just in 2020, an award that basically is how to cut DNA under control, and basically is also a nano process. Another trend, as you know very well, it's on storage and conversion of energy. And this is also an example from development of nanostructure composites for storage in lithium-ion batteries. There are many developments, including in solar conversion, including in biosynthesis, in hydrogen production, and others. Another important trend is just we use nanotechnology for treatment at the user, for filtration and treatment of water at the user place. That means you don't go to a central place to filter, but you do as a place of the user. And this is decentralized water treatment and reuse is a focus of one of the centers that in the US we have at Rice University, led by Pedro Alvarez. And they have several methods they develop, and many solutions are suitable for countries that do not have infrastructure. And this is very important. Other topics that I've seen now in 2021 growing, one is creation foundation for industries of the future, as I mentioned, from advanced manufacturing, wireless, 5G, 6G, bioeconomy, like biofuel, artificial hardware for artificial intelligence, and quantum. Another area was COVID-19 diagnostic treatment vaccines that will certainly expand to other fields of possible pandemics. It's the topic of this meeting is sustainable hierarchical nanomanufacturing, like partly of this meeting. That means we look to build things from bottom up in a sustainable way. And one area of very much attention now is micro and nanoplastics, because they're spread in oceans, etc. I mentioned that the most dangerous are not nanoplastics from metal nanoparticle or composite nanoparticle. However, nanoplastics is a very large scale, and it's very important to be addressed. Another very essential trend is now nanobiosystem. Look in medicine, agriculture, industry, advancing on a fast track. Several comparison in the world. What I done, I use the same criteria, the same keywords, the same criteria in publication, patents, people, revenues from nanotechnology. First of all, I think this is a picture. Moment, my screen. Okay, now I can see. It's a nanotechnology topics in papers published in the world between 2010 and 2020. You see that it's a fast increase in papers related to quantum and graphene, also related to two-dimensional materials and proteomics, like related to bio. This is a word search. If you look to US, for instance, you have some differences. You see that graphene already reach a kind of peak, and more is this related to bioproteomics, self-assembling, microfluidics, besides quantum as an area of focus research. If you look in South Africa, you see the graphene now is growing very fast, and quantum in general and quantum dot are very important, and the tools, STM and AFM. If you look now to overall publications, in the world is interesting between using these 28 keywords that define nanotechnology and eliminating any certainly biases and misrepresentations. We arrived at average worldwide growth is about 14%, which is about 4 times the average growth of the papers in all science and technology fields. You see that while China started from behind, if I have from 2000 and China was almost not representative. In 2010, they arrived to a significant value, and now they have the largest number of papers, basically a number of people that they pay, as they support a lot of researchers. And you see also Africa is doing relatively well in the last 2 years, arrived close to Japan, while Korea exceeded Japan. However, if we look to qualitative aspects, which look to originality of the papers, and all the criteria from expert view, different searches, and I show here only one search, I look for contribution in 3 leading journals. We have high citation index, Nature, Science, and Proceedings of the Academy. US still has a lead by, has about 2/3 of the papers, at least one US. And this is quite steady in the last 6-7 years. It's followed by China, Germany, Japan. If you look in Africa, you see that the largest number of papers are coming per countries from Egypt, followed by South Africa, Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco. And again, you observe in the last 2 years, like counted here, 2018, 2020, is a faster increase generally in Africa as compared to previous interval, which is interesting. Also, if you look to citations, it's the same order. You see again, Egypt is about 45%, South Africa, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco. So I agree with the comment made that I heard before, that should be a better collaboration and distribution in Africa to be more countries involved in the leading research. If you look to the patents, the average world annual growth rate is about 20%. This is from, basically is dominated by 15 depositories. And this is also about more than 5 times the average rate of all the patents in the world in all the fields. The largest US patent repository is US Patent Office, where US has about 42% of the, at this moment, from all patents. If you look now to average corporate, to the corporate, to publication made by companies themselves, that certainly they do this when they have products or interest to commercialize, their publication rate increased about 8%. It's slower. You see this, however, it's a continuous growth. You see in corporate, US is dominating, and now certainly 3 other countries, Japan, Germany, and China following, and Korea also. Up to 2014, were many national programs and grouped by nanotechnology. Since then, many were distributed in other programs like health, like energy. And so I could have a track up to 2014. You see that in average, if you go from 2000 2014, it's about 20% per year, which is R&D made by governments and spin-off of their respective nano programs. Initially, US, this race started after a national nanotechnology initiative was announced. In about 6 months, Japan made a program. In 1 year, China. In 1 year, Korea, South Korea. And so started basically a kind of concurrent race for the topic. The topic changed in time. And one point is that it's uneven growth per countries. And as an increased role of BRIC countries in overall composition of the investments. After 2014, as I mentioned, it's more difficult to follow. I have the data, but it is diffused in different programs. Now, if I make a summary of the growth rate of nanotechnology in different fields. First of all, if you look to this to yellow, the revenues. If you look products where nano is a critical component for competitiveness. That means it's not necessarily to be the whole product, but this makes a competitive. For instance, you like to have a sensor because a nano effect, even if the frame is not nano, but that means if you look to this, the rate of increase is very high, mainly because nano entered different other fields and moved from science to technology. And many companies start to apply, many they don't tell, even some they are concerned about nano label. That means you see it's a rate about 26% per year, which is very high, in my opinion, for an emerging field for so long. Many is because started from almost nothing in 2000 and now is spreading in all fields, in concrete, in wood industry, and so it's certainly in electronics is now in US, it's more than 80% on nanoscale, with fully nanoscale transistors, for instance. If you look papers, as I mentioned, it's about 14% in average. Patents in WIPO, World Patent Office, 20%. And in capital gain, we cannot follow after, as I mentioned, after 2010, because multiple platforms, but the rate was quite high, about 30%, similar to revenues. Several trends at this moment. One is that we are creating new science and technology platforms driven by scientific breakthroughs. You have a scientific breakthrough in self-assembling computation, you develop a new field. We have an evolutionary architecture, so biorobotics, or neuromorphic engineering, or quantum system. And many are still invented now because we start to have better tools and its imagination is at work. Another comment is there, we have this nano-biocognitive artificial intelligence platform. Even not all have all the components, but all these have basic components that can be integrated and give to results like modular nanomanufacturing or personalized nanomedicine. Another general trend that is a little bit hidden for many people because some people think that it's not ethical, but now more and more it's accepted that people like to progress. They go to university to progress. They compete in sport to progress. That means one is to improve human potential. And this is done by genetic single cell research, neurotechnology, robotics, for instance, to help older people to move. And the last comment will be that we are working on increasing productivity in existing sectors. This is evident. Another general trend is this convergence. If you look on the bottom, initially, because of convergence of science and engineering, we form three general purpose technologies. One was nano for matter, material world, IT for information, and artificial intelligence for logic steps. And this now start to combine and diffuse in an economy. This is a result of the convergence process. Another specific trend that I mentioned also just at the beginning is that we have nano-inspired and enabled solutions for other emerging technologies and industries. In artificial intelligence, we build the hardware, portable, and design, and vice versa, artificial intelligence is used to design this. Quantum information basically is a spin-off of nanotechnology, because quantum is a specific behavior on nanoscale, and but when we start to build system and computer start to spin off. 5G, Internet of Things, 6G, all use nanosystems. Advanced manufacturing certainly has for improvement, significant improvements, you look to nanosystems. Bioeconomy, and also now we have sustainable societies that has a broader umbrella: material, water, energy, environment, independent aging while keeping the capabilities, including nanomedicine, robotics, and increasing human capacity, that physical, mental, group capacity. What is a challenge? A main challenge in all of this start to be people. This is not only in developing countries, also in developed countries, because people in these high-tech areas, and we do not find even in the US, in many fields, high-tech, sufficient qualified people. And the same thing happened probably in Africa. And so one trend is to have these large integrated centers. How is IMEC in Belgium, or National Nanotechnology Coordinating Infrastructure in US, or different large groups in China. Other trend is to develop high performance facilities like high magnetic field in US at Cornell to do measurements that were not possible before. And so you develop these people in these centers, and thereafter it's to have programs to create organizations, different organization, more integrated, more inclusive, more divergent. For instance, in US, I give an example, we have Technology Education Center, mainly focused on community colleges, not for, I don't speak about advanced PhD. This is a picture just to show one that I mentioned, National Nanotechnology Common Infrastructure in US, that has 16 nodes distributed and covers basically all the areas of nanotechnology. Something new is also as example, we created in the last 2 years a network for quantum research centers that are pretty well equipped, funded at this moment, like at the beginning. And his idea is to have a collaboration between them in order to progress faster. Another interesting trend is that we have a cyber ecosystem for nanoscience and engineering. In US, we created many around the Nano Hub at Purdue University, and they have connection to materials data facility, to nanomedical, to different groups. And so all they collaborate and they have information about materials, about systems available. A challenge is to address the ethical and economical and other implications of nanotechnology. For instance, we have significant implication on health, environmental, and sustainable aspects. We need to integrate more and more the domains and disciplines. We need to have more cross-fields, anticipatory and inclusive education. In nano environmental health and safety, we have to look to larger structures, devices, systems, composites, not single components, biorobotics, and other aspects. Nano ethical, legal, and social issues is increasing in importance, and especially addressing ethical, economical aspects. And overall, nano convergence is a change in governance, in creating a new organization in a global view. I take it for example, bioethics. Sorry, it's missing a E. Bioethics related to nanomedicine. Here we have, for instance, fundamental issues related to changes in genome, balance and risk, and benefits, etc. And it's interesting that, for instance, this field alone is increasing in the last year by about 17%. And I give as example topics that NNI is addressing, related diagnostic and implication therapeutics, including vaccine, gene therapy. So it's interesting that nanomedicine appears to come to be one of the main fastest growing now, even faster than sustainable development fields. And these are examples of formulations that are commercially available based on liposome nanocarriers, that means liposome nanoparticle, micellar nanomaterials, or protein nanomaterials. It's interesting, in liposome category, we have also the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, which are liposomes carrying mRNA that is also a nanoscale product. And if you look on the bottom, you see the market share is mainly in US and Canada. In Africa, it's relatively small, but certainly this shows a potential. Partly maybe could be the cost, but I'm not sure this is the main reason, mainly because the prices are different in different countries. Because we speak about COVID-19, it's interesting to observe that characterization virus, aerosol transmission, all RNA vaccines, all use nanotechnology. Without this development, could have been impossible to develop these new vaccines so fast. As you know, virus is about 125 nanometers with roughness, protein roughness about 10 nanometers, where it is critical. All the transport is transmitted so easily because it's in aerosol format. Masks have to be designed using nanofiltration. Few people know about this, but this should be done in order to at least to attract the particle, because otherwise most of the masks do not filter these nanoaerosols. Even those that are well advertised, there has to be a special preparation of the material, and the gap cannot be so small, but it can be a special material preparation to attract the virus. And as I mentioned, RNA vaccines use all, at this moment, nanocarriers. And so, in closing, I like to tell a few trends that I see. Certainly, first of all, we need to continue exploration of foundational principles. They're not yet understood. We discussed for a long time about self-assembling. We don't have a general theory of self-assembling, or even nucleation. We have to use empirical coefficients, large empirical coefficients. For quantum, we do not understand the transition from clear quantum to classical physics, and many other things. That means the point is that these problems are not yet solved completely. Some are solved partially. Other trend is this modular and hierarchical manufacturing using different models, nano bioinformation, cognitive neuro, artificial intelligence in different proportions. Sustainable nanotechnology, starting with recycling aspects, water, energy, materials, nanometals, nanoplastics is a core topic, and now is more and more in attention. As I told you, partly is because of energy concern, pollution created by energy concern, lack of water, concern about plastics. Gene editing is growing in importance in medicine, agriculture, and energy. It's a kind of quiet growth because many people have concern, but I think proper measures will make things safe, not to have secondary effects. Other trends that also is not so much in attention, but it's brain-to-brain and brain-machine communications that is essential for increasing productivity and health. Quantum entanglement, communication and computing, you know from the news that is growing. Still computing, it's a project in progress. Nobody is claims that can do a general computing like a PC in the next 20 years, can do specialized calculations for, which will be very valuable for areas like national security also. But my point is that there are some limitations. It's not a solution for anything. And nanotechnology for smart systems. That means we look more and more to artificial intelligence and intelligence augmentation to help people to act better. And overall, we see this convergence with other foundational technologies. In closing, I like to tell that, in fact, while expectation from nanotechnology may have been overestimated in the short term, the long-term implication of nanotechnology on innovation, healthcare, productivity, and environmental protection appear now to have been underestimated, provided that proper consideration is given in coming years to convergence research, education pipeline, and societal dimensions. In the last slides, I put a number of references that I put in the slides in the presentation that I used in my speech. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
I think I am, I finished and I am ready for any question if you have.
Yes. I think we need to know how long you are available so that we can decide whether to go questions when we release.
Okay, so that's fine. You decide.
Yeah, okay. So we've got some few panelists who would like also to contribute towards your talk, and then we do Q&A as a pool instead of splitting the session.
Certainly, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So allow me to welcome our three panelists who will contribute or talk more to enhance what has been the talk given by Prof. Rocho. And in this regard, I wish to welcome Professor Adiwale Adiloye, Professor Florence Olo, and Professor Bala Diop. If they've joined, let me know so that we give you a few minutes to contribute towards global outlook of nanotechnology within your respective fields, so then we can do a Q&A and wrap up the session for today.
Thank you. This is Adiwale.
Yes,
on.
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Yeah. Thank you. I will want to share just, I think it's a 5-page slide. My name is Adewale Adeloye. I'm presenting from Nigeria, though I'm working for a university at National Al Farabi Kazas National University in Kazakhstan. My presentation, first, let me appreciate the organizer for the invitation, the AMRS and UNECA for invitation that I find myself on this platform again. My presentation, I think, was picked from the maybe the fourth and the fifth slide, last slide from Professor Rico, which is talking about challenges, novel technologies from nanoscale require new responsibility. So it is from there I picked my title that I say nanotechnology. Will it be a new hazard? And those are the things that we need to look into. And then from there, my presentation outlook is to give a brief introduction, possible dangers of nanotechnology and the importance of prevention. And I think from there, Professor Rico can help us give some new insight into what we need to do. By introduction, nanotechnology is likely to be extremely important in the future as it allows materials to be built up atom by atom, which we all know. This can lead to the development of new materials that are better suited for their purpose. There are several branches of nanotechnology, as we have learned, but most of them are still in their early stage as far as African continent is concerned. There are varieties of products, including sunscreen, self-cleansing glass, and textiles, as the list of materials being developed commercially using nanotechnology is growing by the day and at a faster rate. This is to show the importance of nanotechnology in a global setting. However, the risk is an important issue to consider in the early stages of any new technology. Belatedly identify health and environmental risk have halted technologies of widespread societal usefulness, leaving society to scramble for functional substitute. Potential effects of nanomaterials on workers' health and the general communities as well as on the environment are largely unknown. And these are some of the things that Professor Rico has to give us new insight into. And as we know, even risk, not scientifically certain, but broadly perceived, can cause similar inefficiency despite heavy investment in genetically modified organisms, GMOs, and their potential benefit to society. Public perception of risk as slow GMO development. And the reason why I raise up this issue is because we are dealing with policy, and if you are to look at policy, then we look at those people that we are going to present the ideas of nanotechnology to. Even though in the developed world, nanotechnology is rising higher, but in Nigeria and also in fact most African countries, we have to look at it, the government aspect of what the government looks into if we are to talk about nanotechnology to them. So therefore, at the moment, no one knows for certain how dangerous the many different types of nanoparticles or nanomaterials that have been presented are likely to be to human. And as far as I know, I don't think I've come across that these particular issues or health hazard was caused by nanoparticles. So this to me is the most critical way to look into and find answers in order to convince most governments of African countries, where, as we know, not all are science or engineering oriented or engineering based people. And the precautionary principle to be applied in all nanotechnology companies. These are some of the ideas that I think that we can bring up. Safety measures and checks to be put in place if you are to succeed in nanotechnology, either in training or university or college of ed or whatever. We have to put safety measures and checks. And by this, we can also look into how do we train teams of experts that will be able to assess the likely impacts of the emerging technology concerns when nanomaterials escape into the environment that can be damaging to people and wildlife. And also, we should also look at the insurance company, collaboration and invitation into nanotechnologies affairs, so that at the end of the day, we will know that while you are working, if something happens, you have insurance to claim. And nanomaterials to be treated is a suggestion to be treated just like any other serious health risk. I think that is all what I have for you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Adiwale, for the contribution. I would wish you hold for the Q&A. So I welcome our next panelist, and Prof. Lawrence Olo, if you're in the house.
Thank you very much. First of all, for this invitation to join you in listening and discussing about nanotechnology. Perhaps I'll just give an overview of nanotechnology policy in Kenya. I heard what the keynote speaker gave, and we talked about the advancement of nanotechnology in the US and in the first world. And of course, comparing that to Africa, it seemed like we are still in the incipient stage. And that also makes sense because when I look at our environment, particularly in Kenya, we started developing the policy of nanotechnology in 2011. And I was part of that team that was invited to look at that policy. And because of working on that policy, we had several workshops. And finally, the government adopted it and created what's called the Kenya Institute of Nanotechnology. But very little work has been done there. But on the other hand, the government has put in quite a bit of funding in nanotechnology research. For example, 3 years ago, they put out a call for research in nanotechnology and also training in master's and PhD level. And quite a number of students went for that. In fact, I did graduate 2 students in PhD who did some work in collaboration with the CSI in South Africa, Pretoria. And both of them did some work in nanosizing antimalarials. And that was just an incipient research that's going on. But from then on, we've heard other calls and funding in trying to acquire some of this equipment, which is not cheap, as we all know, in characterization of the nanoparticles. So what I would say that we have started in a small way and we're moving forward. But of course, listening to the talk of Professor Rocco, we still have a long way to go. But it's not that we are not in the scenario of nanotechnology research. And since then also, the Kenyan government has come up with what we call the National Research Fund, which we never had before. But this was launched like 6 years ago. And a lot of funding has been pumped into the area of nano research. Although there's one idea, funding is pumped into that, but on the other hand, to get that funding has not been easy, but somehow we've managed to do, with a little funding, to do a bit of research in nanotechnology. So I have a background in chemistry, just a small introduction there, but I got an interest in nanotechnology in 2011. So in fact, when Professor Rocco was giving his presentation, when he talked about nanotechnology research of interest beginning in the year 2000, and when I looked at when we started working on the policy in Kenya, that was in the year 2011. It's just like 11 years down the line, we also got an interest in that. So I thought to myself, that was not too bad that we got into that. But I think at the moment in the Kenya scenario, a lot of research is going on in purification of water, not so much in nanomedicine. Purification of water, which I think is a basic need in the country. That was an interesting talk. I must thank Professor Rocco for giving us an insight of what's happening worldwide in the area of nano research. But I want to encourage my African counterparts that even if we start small, we're moving with the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Polo, and thank you for giving us insights into what Kenya has done so far towards nanotechnology initiative. We have one more speaker, then we welcome Q&A. So if Prof. Bala Dio, are you logged in?
Yes, can you hear me?
Please. Yes, can you proceed? Thank you.
So can you see the slide that I'm sharing?
Yes, we can see the slide.
Okay, thank you very much. I salute everyone for this exciting initiative through the continent, which is really appreciable. And I'm just going to talk about through two slides on exactly what we have been doing on the last couple of years through the synthesis of nanomaterial for different applications, especially in the field of energy storage, which one of the fields that I focus my research, and what I have another field of research, which is photonic nanomaterial. So I'm one of the feature leader African Independent Research Fellow of the African Academy of Science and the Royal Society funded program. I think Professor Gila have given a talk through different programs that the African Academy of Science is having, and give me this opportunity to once again to thank all these African initiatives, which are really driving the continent through different direction in successing science through the continent. So my research is currently based on biomass-derived nanoelectrodes, which are based on biomass, generally what we synthesize them. So the slide that I'm going to show to you is just a summarize of exactly what we do. Can you see the slide here at University of Cheikh Anta Diop here in Dakar? So we are trying through nanomaterial to really solve this huge problem of access to energy that the continent is having, which is a global aspect as well. Even as we still have the problem of access of energy in rural area, as the way that African culture is really designed, it is difficult. Everyone is having his own villages, so it's difficult to cover all the villages through the national network, the grid. So off-grid technologies should be developed, and one of those technologies are energy storage devices. And energy storage devices also, they are becoming extremely expensive through the continent, and we believe one of the solution to get the solution to get the thing for Africa is through developing new nanomaterial, new nanotechnologies that foster and that will also adapt to the environmental aspect, respect also the environment, and also to become cheap to be ready to be used by different stakeholders. So what we do is basically through biomass, we are synthesizing this nanomaterial using different process. And one of the process that we really going through, it is a green process that we have been trained highly by one of the panelists, who is Professor Maza, who I appreciate also all the work that he's doing through nanotechnology in Africa. And we're using this different technique, which is one of the main, as I said, is a green process. And this green process allow us not to use expensive resources, because the resource that we are using here is biomass, which is a residual agriculture, which is one of the resources that Africa is really ahead of, and different type of material that can be synthesized, ranging from oxides to carbon-based material, and we're trying to really to get composite that are based between carbon and oxide to form nanomaterial. And also it was one of the emerging nanotechnology also, which is the synthesis of mexene material that we could maybe probably get from biomass, which is an emerging class of material that could be really promising for energy storage application, and this achievable through waste agriculture. And all this development, it is possible through the continent. As I said earlier, Africa is really having the resources that should be channeled in the need of Africa, as the African Academy of Science is just designing the future of Africa that we want. And we have everything that we need to get into that Africa that we want. And we believe that nanotechnology is one of the solutions through the development of future and on non-expensive material. And we, all of us, we know that the future of technology is like on material science. So I really take once again this opportunity. This is exactly what I wanted to contribute on the exciting talk of Prof. Rico, and thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Prof. Bala Diop, and thanks for the insights. I know we've all listened to the three panelists, and I would wish we take roughly 10 minutes for Q&A, and then we can close up the session for today. So if you are ready for your question, you can either raise up your hand or alternatively post it on the Q&A section, then we are able to respond to it accordingly. Thank you.
I think Professor Maza's hand is up.
Oh, yes. Prof. Maza, thank you for staying that all along with us. Please go ahead with your questions or questions. Maybe unmute your mic, Prof. Maza, unmute your mic.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. My question is geared towards Professor Rocco. I wish to express my gratitude for his outstanding overview about the nano from 2000 to 2040. It was really inspiring, and really we learned quite a lot. My question is geared towards the fact that Africa is very rich in terms of mineral resources, and material science in general, explicitly or implicitly, is mineral-based science or technology or market. In view of the new administration, do you think, Prof, that there would be a robust synergy and cooperation between Africa and the US? I do remember, as an example, for example, that NSF has embarked in a partnership with the European Union as well as Japan, including South Korea, if I am not mistaken, to develop TCOs in that time when indium became really scarce, more or less, in the market, and because the major supply was mainly from the Chinese side. Do you think, again, please, Prof, that there would be a possibility to have a robust program in the field of nanosciences and nanotechnology for mutual benefit between the NSF or between the US and Africa? Thank you.
Professor Maza, thank you for your question. As you know, is a continuing interest for this collaboration. All the time, sometimes we have problems with funding in different parts. My opinion is that the new administration will not change the same level. More it's to have local initiatives. And for instance, in NSF, we have interest in these special materials. And if you like, I will try to make connection for you with that group. The same thing in Department of Energy. And they are very much interested in international participation and collaboration. And so maybe I will write to you about this program and to have a direct contact. Other thing is that for instance, this is a minor thing. You recall that we organized a workshop on sustainable nanotechnology in Johannesburg. In 2021, we organized a convergence in nanotechnology in Cairo, and also for all Africa. And the plan is to invite people who collaborate. I think that all have the potential to collaborate. And so maybe we think this in advance, maybe to invite also African Academy of Sciences. When we know the date, we have the, anything is set up was delayed because of the COVID-19, but this is a good opportunity to have many people to, and NSF will send people who are willing to collaborate. As you know, after the workshop in Johannesburg, we had 14 awards, 14 grants awards for collaboration. But certainly this is a small part in the whole bigger picture. That means the best thing is part of the better collaboration. Funds are available if the projects are of interest. I think this is, and so if we have better information, for instance, you have a very nice website, but I'm not sure many people know about what you are doing or other people in academia are doing. That means one first step will be maybe to, if you could make a list of 2-3 websites or where information, people to know where things are happening. That means NSF and other agencies have interest, active interest to work with Africa, but many times they do not know exactly who are the people. And so that means from practical point of view, that means if last year we made 14 awards, we can do probably after Cairo was the same thing, but we like to have good collaboration, real collaboration. As I mentioned, these 14 projects really were based on mutual interest. It was not because to have a donation or other thing, it was just mutual interest to develop the research and the student body. Okay, I will close here.
Thank you. I will definitely interact with you, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Maza. Thank you, Prof. Rocco. Any response towards Prof. Malik Maza's question from the panelists, if any?
Yes, this is Florence Olo. I was very glad that you brought up that issue of collaboration and to see how funding can increase and the response given by Professor Rocco, because I think in Africa there's quite a bit of research going on in nanotechnology, but it's fragmented. So in a way, it would be good to see how we can all come together and push in the same direction. And also he mentioned the African Academy of Sciences, which could be a catalyst for getting groups together and funding viable projects in Africa that would really impact on people's lives. For example, Professor Rocco gave examples of water purification using nanotechnology, and that's some of the needs that we have in Africa. I'm particularly thinking of Kenya. And maybe the initial investment in equipment would be high. But afterwards, water purification, using nanotechnology methods is not that expensive. So I'm glad you brought up that point of collaboration and pointing out the bodies in Africa that can bring us together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe I will respond briefly to the first panelist that he was concerned about GMO effect and nano. Certainly, nano is much broader field than GMO. And in nano, at the beginning, we started with a lot of studies to see the effect of nano on human body and environment. What is the status so far? The general conclusion is that, first of all, nano is something natural. Any bio is growing from nano. Most of the nanoparticle in environment, 99% are natural. That means, first of all, it's not something out of the nature. Certainly, when you create in a factory something, you can create something that is different, and that, especially from manufacturing, has to be a concern. However, at this moment, there are a lot of groups that monitor this, and in Europe and US, there are standards to test any new material. That means before it's fabricated or even in research. And so, while at the beginning was a kind of general concern of unknown, now this is a kind of limited, because we have many studies, there are many so-called observatories, and nano itself is not dangerous, it's natural, anything is built from nano, but certainly some artificial materials that specific, but as I mentioned, already in US and Europe, they are also Korea, also Japan, also China, they are develop a kind of standards and categories. For instance, in US, we have a nanotechnology characterization lab, and they made a plot. They tell you immediately when you have a material, if it could be dangerous or not, the level of solubility, the size, the kind of quantum effect. And thereafter, they have a test for all of this physical, chemical, in vitro, and vivo. And so some data were accumulated, and the risk that was initially, because in part of unknown, is now limited as compared to it was at the beginning. I close.
So, Chairman, I just wanted to comment on the question, on the point raised by Prof. Maza, and also on the comment that pointed out by Florence. So, as you may know, we are organizing the next 11th International Conference of the African Material Research Society, which will be held on next December 2022 in Dakar. So one of the things that we are trying to get together is just to get stakeholders and policymakers to come into design a grant proposal for a grant for African material scientists, just that is dedicated to material research in the continent. I think this is one of the things that could boost collaboration in material research, especially on nanomaterial. And there is successful stories that have happened with Prof. Mazas and others, and as Prof. Maza is here, through the African Laser Center. They designed this funding, which is especially the use and applied using lasers in the continent. I was one of those fellows that have been funded as a PhD on that type of program. And having such a similar program in material could be really a very good hand for material scientists to get together and tackle the African continent problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Bala. Prof. Dr. Diwale or Prof. Diwale, any comments, if any? Or further questions, also welcome before I do not lock out anybody. Yes.
Yeah, the only observation that I see in Africa is that most of people or researchers working in nanotechnology, nanomaterials focus on agriculture, medicine, water, but virtually we have scanty people in energy, except that Professor Bala was mentioning something about biomass. I don't think I have more people, in energy sector that are much diverting their research into energy, especially renewable energy. So I don't know, at this platform, what do we do to encourage people to enter into research that can incorporate nanotechnology into energy? Because we really need energy much in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Adiwale. Any other questions before I lock out any potential participant with a question? Okay, if not, I take this opportunity to thank Prof. Rocco, to thank Professor Florence Olo, to thank Professor Adiwale, and to thank Professor Bala for your insightful contributions in today's nanotechnology policy workshop. I know, Prof. Rocco, based on your wide experience and having taken into consideration our request within the shortest time possible, we wholeheartedly thank you for gracing this occasion. And of course, we look forward to continued participation and collaborations, as Prof. Malik Maza has mentioned. Definitely, this is not just the beginning, but we're going to have many more initiatives towards ensuring that the nanotechnology initiative in Africa is materialized. We already have pockets of excelling institutions, mostly in North Africa and South Africa. And we've seen a lot of innovations and spin-off companies that have come out of nanotechnology. I wish to thank the today's speakers, right from UNECA, that is UNECA team, and African Academy of Sciences for opening up the session, and the rest of the speakers that also didn't let us down. I take this opportunity to welcome AMRS President, that is Samuel Chigome, to probably wrap up the session for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dixon, for handling all those sessions. I think we've had a very productive day. So my hope is that in terms of the objective that we set out at the beginning of the day, we've all benefited from all the interactions. I think one point that I can emphasize that I think came out clearly is the need for working as Team Africa. I think it came out very clearly that we have the resources, we have the success stories that show that we can do it. So it is important for us to find ways of making sure that we work together as a continent. So I think from the AMRS point of view, that is our emphasis, to find ways of making sure that we are all aware of what we're doing. I think as was emphasized by Professor Bala just now, that we have a conference that's coming up in December next year. So on our part, if you visit our website, you will see that what we try to do by all means is to make sure that we all know what is going on in all the 5 regions of Africa, so that we get to a point whereby looking at the 4 areas of nanotech that we're talking about, we can find ways of being able to team up on that. I think you heard a lot of stories about water purification in Kenya. I think you talk about East Africa water purification. So there are different aspects that are being focused on, and I think it's important that we continue to interact. So I'm hoping that you can all join tomorrow, so that we can then look at the last part of our today workshop. In terms of what to expect tomorrow, we're going to have 5 speakers and 2 panel discussions. This is the program that we're going to have for tomorrow. So at the end of it all, we're going to have the last part of our session, where we are going to just reflect on the workshop and try and sort of summarize what we've been covered and see if it all would have achieved our objective. Because remember, the main objective of this is this workshop is to look at how we can be able to communicate with the policymakers, with the key decision makers, that they should support nanotech, because we see that nanotech holds the future of Africa in terms of development. So hopefully we can be able to get to that stage by the end of the day tomorrow. But I think you can see from all the talks today that they've really opened up our minds. And I think we are on the right track in terms of making sure that the message comes out clearly that nanotech was the future of Africa. The other thing that will also come tomorrow, Professor Andala is going to just give you an overview of what to expect when we have the nanotechnology bootcamp, which we are going to host, I think, around the first week of August. So I just thought I'd just highlight this program for tomorrow, so at least we can just all digest and be prepared for tomorrow. Otherwise, I just want to thank all our speakers, all our panelists, and all the participants that were in the audience for joining us today and engaging in all those constructive discussions. Thank you very much.
Okay, from my end, it's bye to everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Professor Ndala. Bye. Bye, Sam. Thank you.
Bye, Prof. Loco.
Au revoir to.
Au revoir.
Right now in Senegal, as all of us are aware, Senegal is going to be a special country coming 2021. It's important that all of us need to understand and listen to him, let him tell us more. So, Prof, welcome to this special interview. So in short, who is Professor Bala?
Thank you very much, James. So Professor Bala is nanomaterial scientist. Is born in a Western African country called Senegal, which is a French-based speaking country. And Prof. Bala have done all his studies up to his first PhD here at University Cheikh Anta Diop of Dakar, where he obtained his first PhD in 2009 in the field of nanomaterial, working specially on the thin film of zinc oxide for TCO application. TCO meaning transparent conducting oxide, which is used on photovoltaic. And after that, he has conducted a second PhD at the University of the Western Cape in Cape Town, and based at Itembe Labs, where he was sponsored by the African Laser Center. And after that, he has conducted 2 years postdoc in Canada, in Montreal, before returning back to South Africa at University of South Africa, as well as Itembe Lab for his third and second postdoc. And since 2014, he's fully returned back to Senegal, where he's serving as a researcher and a lecturer in the field of nanomaterial for energy and photonic application.
Wow, that is so rich. That is a very rich kind of experience all over the world. So as you've been moving up and down from Senegal,
yes,
Africa, the US, what has been termed as your greatest achievement in science?
Hello, James, I can't hear you.
My question is, as you've been moving up and down around the world, what has been termed as your greatest achievement in science?
Yes, the greatest achievement in science right now is that at the moment, we have developed a new composite derived from biomass. And this composite material its application is focused on energy storage. And this composite is derived from a special biomass we called peanut shell, where we use this technique to develop different type of nanomaterial to be used in supercapacitor application. And this composite is having the ability to deliver a high power and high energy density, and which is really the full requirement that people are looking into energy storage application right now.
Of course, we have a world-large demand when it comes to energy, and I think that's a very serious contribution as far as the science is concerned. So where do you think, or where do you see science in the coming decade in Africa?
So in the next coming decade in Africa, science is something that we hope that we get it really in the next level. If you look at what is happening in the continent right now, we are having what we're lacking is just coming in, which is the money. We need investment into science. And looking at exactly what the African Academy of Science is doing currently in partnership with the Royal Society of London, where they sponsor premier postdoctoral fellow, and which designed to really fully set up a lab in Africa and conduct the research and develop leadership, the future leaders in the field of science. And this is really a good program that should be encouraged in Africa. And looking at this program, and we see that the future in science in Africa is bright, and we hope to get in there in the next future.
Yeah, because we understand that Africa is a rich continent with very many minerals, but again, we lie among the poorest continents because
exactly. This is exactly what those funders have seen, and they are really building the human capital that we need, and this is the only thing that are lacking, because we do, as you said, we have the resources that are lying in Africa, but we do need the human capital to be, and the future, the investment should be on the human capacity building.
Talking about the human capacity building, in your local university, do you have a program for the young scientists? Do you have a plan for the young scientists?
Yes, we do have a program for early career students, especially in the next coming African Material Research Society that will be held in Dakar. We have a program that designed exactly for early career, which will have the opportunity to showcase the early career development in Africa.
Perfect. Now, talking about the African Material Research Society, what is cooking in the kitchen right now? What are the main themes that are going to take place in the coming African Material Research Society meeting in Dakar in 2021? Remember that this is an activity that is coming back in Dakar after 19 years. The first meeting was in Dakar.
Yes, as you said, the first conference was held, and the African Material Research Society was born in Dakar.
You're right.
And after 20 years, we are coming back to Dakar. So we, as local organizer, we will do our best to deliver the best that ever been in the African Material Research Conference in Africa. And it's an event that attracts most of the greatest scientists in the world. And what we are cooking right now in Senegal is that we will be having at least two Nobel Prize in the field of material science will be attending this conference. And the invited speakers are one of the brilliant scientists in the world. And as I said earlier, we are designing an early career symposium that will showcase exactly the future of science in Africa.